Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Component Cast. Before we get on with tonight's show, of course, we have a few things to cover. The first up is not self-promo, not a little any of that stuff. It's actually a small change to the table because I actually spoke about this with Lambert, but it's a rule I really like and I'd really like to implement. So I am implementing a new rule to how we play, which is I want to implement Brennan Lee Mulligan's rolling with emphasis. For you, those of you who don't know what that is, basically it's so I can give these guys the chance to do really cool shit. But the basic concept is you say you wanted to do something. It's wild. Rather than relying on the nat 20 or a nat 1 in such a dire scenario, if I call as a DM for a roll with emphasis, you roll 2 dice, and we take whichever result is the furthest away from 10. And then if it's a really bad, it's a bad. If it's a really good, it's a really good. And
so you can emphatically fail at stuff now.
You can emphatically fail, like I do generally. We can now bring that to the table, you know?
For if I roll a 5 and a 15, like they're equal ways away from 10.
Then it's a reroll.
Is it priority high or low?
It's a reroll. If they're the exact same away, okay. It's a reroll.
Weirdly speaking, Valymr, 5 is actually not as far away from 10 as 15 is, because that's how D20s work.
True. Yeah. Okay, fair.
So 4 and 15.
How does that affect lucky? How does that affect inspiration?
You can re-roll it with. You can demand a re-roll, but it will be a case of you take whatever the result is. So it's not like a choice of. Otherwise, you could have a choice of 4. And also, portent rolls don't affect it. Sorry, divination wizards, if any of you were looking to multi-class. Again.
Yeah, that was my next multi-class.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Just collecting those like fucking infinity stones. But yeah, it's just a cool thing.
The blue deck of games. We're gonna create a halfling with lucky.
Yeah, it's one of those things of like, I like to yes and when we play, and I know you guys like that, but sometimes rules can be a little bit restrictive, and like we can say like, can I just do this really cool thing? Now we have a way of giving it a go. But other than that, let's do the normal shebang, which is if you really like watching this show, you can support us by becoming one of our fantastic Twitch subs, or by joining us on Patreon. Patreon gives us the biggest slice of the pie and helps us create more shows like this one. You can also do loads of things for free to help us. If you see any of our reels, any of our shorts, give them a share. Share the stream, share the recorded content on YouTube. Check out our Spotify album of royalty-free music, which you can also use in your content completely for free. You can get it anywhere. I believe there's also a full album track of that on YouTube. Or if you want to get downloads, you can get those from Patreon. There's so many ways to help us out, and we'd really be appreciative of you doing so. Other than that, let's get on with tonight's broadcast. I'm not going to wait around. Let's get on with the show. Okay, so we're back. Before we get on with tonight's episode, and before I do a little recap, I need to give you guys the chance to earn yourselves a piece of initiative with a question. And this question's a mechanical question. It's not rules we're using yet, but what changed about low-level healing spells in the new player's handbook?
They doubled the die.
They did indeed double the die. Breton, have yourself a point. Yes, so I believe cure
a
wounds,
distinct disadvantage with this one.
cure wounds, healing word. So the reason I say this is because there's been a very annoying advert going around on a lot of short-form platforms talking about this. I mean, D&D, I love that you're getting everything out there, but the same advert every time forever is always going to annoy someone. Yeah, cure wounds, healing word, now all double die. So it's 2d8 instead of 1d8, 2d6, 2d4, sorry, and instead of 1d4 for healing word. Yeah.
How about healing potions?
I think it's just spells. I think it was the idea to make both clerics and also half-casters that get healing spells more potent by not sacrificing a spell slot for a tiny bit of HP.
Sure, cool. I have my thoughts and feelings on that, but I'm not going to talk about them here.
So do I.
I thought my feeling was that it was trying to focus on going away from just, oh, you're unconscious, I'm going to pick you up now, to let's prevent you from going unconscious.
Yeah.
But I would need to see what changes they've made to the unconscious system to see if that was justified or not.
That's the catch-on, is did they do anything to solve that problem? Because right now, strictly speaking, there's a difference between 1 HP and 1,000 HP. You could just still do the same stuff.
Yep. There's so many things with the D&D format that I'd like to see the rules. So yeah, we'll eventually get our hands on that, but probably, and make an assessment for probably be a future campaign at this point. Let's not change our base rules in season 4 of a show. But anyway, friends, where you've been in the last couple of episodes, let's give us a recap. So, our brave adventurers had been trouncing their way through one of the many planes of the abyss, one of the many layers of the abyss, a step of bloodgrass and spines that was wrought with mysterious mosquito beings. In the distance, they also saw like demonic centaurs, and they also came across a factory full of pig-like workers that were enslaved by Nullian acolytes. They dispatched with the living forge in an unintended but effective manner by thrusting a vorpal dagger into the mechanism system, slowly collapsing the forge. But a job well done. They were venturing through this plane to try and find the source of the blood silver that had been plaguing the plains of the Nardafell. And by an extent, they had done so. But by only being 3 individuals, they thought the odds were stacked too high against them, and tactically chose to withdraw from the plane after facing down an excursion from another plane of existence, another layer of the abyss, in which was said to be the heart of the Nullian support, when a Death Knight and his cronies bared down on their hastily put together defences. They did dispatch them, but they decided discretion was the better part of valour, and made their way back towards the portal that took them here. After passing through the farmhouse portal once more, they settled down for the night, exhausted from their trials and tribulations, only for us to be ambushed partway through their watch. And we left off with 2 crossbow bolts sinking into Valymr Kensek, and it becoming Valmyr's turn. So we're going to go over to our lovely battle. Valymr.
Yes.
I'm going to reveal to you now, because I don't think this individual has had a chance to hide yet. I'm going to change up the music to battle music. There we go. In heavy cover in the corner of a room, just from the angle of, where those bolts are now sticking out of your ribcage, you see a hooded figure in what seems to be like a mechanically camouflaged coat, like a cloak that's almost looks like thick burlap and like a sniper at Stalingrad kind of thing. It is homemade ghillie suit to look like an urban environment. You are managed to see their outline now that the vibrations from the crossbow ping your true sight. Or your blind sight, sorry. Is it blind sight or true sight you have?
True sight.
True sight, sorry. I was correct the first time. Okay. But yes, it's your turn, friend.
Okay, so you say he's in like heavy cover.
Yes, so he would be 3/4 cover right now to you, if you were to try and shoot him. That is.
Does Elven Accuracy do anything about that?
I'm not sure. You'd have to let me know.
Elven Accuracy only matters when you have advantage on the attack roll.
So no.
No.
All right. Okay. In that case, I am going to. How far away is he from me? 60 feet. The boxes that he's like surrounded himself with, how how tall are they? If I stood on one side, can I?
You would think that they're probably about 4 foot. He's like crouched.
Okay. I am going to move 30 feet forward, and
Sure.
then I'm going to use Misty Step to get myself to here.
Okay. Boom.
Hi. Why did you shoot me? I'm gonna hit him.
Okay.
Looks like some of your Lord and Savior Bahamut.
All right. I think. Yeah, we just do a bit of a roll. We get ourselves a 26 to hit.
That definitely hits.
We do a little bit of damage.
Ooh, there's new icons in Fantasy Grounds for the attacks.
So there is. I do only 10 damage.
Okay.
Then the second strike. That is a 28 to hit with a fucking terrible amount of extra damage.
Okay. Damage is damage.
That is my turn.
Oh, he should have been ahead of you in the turn order. Sorry, not next. It's Ruby. Over to you.
Do I know what's going on?
Give me a perception.
I went when I got shot.
Yeah,
She's asleep.
We were searching the house.
Oh, were we? Oh.
Yes. You had been woken up by Breton calling out at you. That's why you have spells on you, and that's why you've done some things.
Okay.
Although I think you're currently concentrating on a wall of force from the last fight.
Should not. Let me fix that.
For the next 92 turns.
I just turn that off. Then she's
just
going...
as a note for the map, if you see like black and white lines, that's a doorway. Through those walls.
Okay. I'm trying to find the way out of here. I'm assuming it's this away. Also, I have True Sight. I should be able to see everything.
It should apply, if you've applied True Sight to yourself, you should be able to, it should give you token.
I don't have it as a spell, I have it as an item. I don't know how to apply it without an effect.
What's the view distance? That it should
120.
be? So, is what you need to go into your character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Under, I'll add this. Let's add a new.
I mean, I can just add the spell. I can add the spell to myself and call that the effect.
Yeah. And then make the effect True Sight. Oh shoot! I just deleted the wrong thing from your. Oh no!
I will add True Seeing to my character sheet.
What
did you delete?
Immolent Tears.
Oh, in my Immolate Tears?
Yeah.
Well, I'll add them back later.
Yeah, sorry about that. Is there an undo?
Don't be silly, that'd be far too easy. Yeah, Fantasy Grounds updated, and I no longer have the ability to add spells. I don't know where they've all gone.
There actually isn't a way for me to cast True Seeing. I added it to my character sheet.
Yes, you'd have to make a custom power and add the effect to that. What I was trying to do is added custom power. It would be True Sight. I'm doing it now. For some reason it add action effects. Open that.
Could I add the effect candle to myself? That might help. Candle is only 5 feet.
Did that change your vision?
No.
Interesting. Okay. Then what you can do is in your main where it says senses. Currently, you don't have any senses listed. You don't even have standard vision. So
where do I put that in there? Sorry.
It's True Sight 120 foot. Just remember to take it off eventually. There you are.
Sure.
You should now have True Sight.
I can now see. I only see a way to walk into an empty room.
Yeah, so the black and white lines are doorways.
Go to here, open the door.
I think the door's open, but yes.
Oh.
Ooh.
10, 20. She's going to cast haste on herself.
Okay. Be mindful of your spell slots.
Yep. I will do that.
I remember I used all of my luck at the end of last game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what I used it on.
A bunch
but
of
I know
stuff.
I don't have any.
The big fight.
All right.
This is the same day as that big fight. You have
opening this door.
Yep.
Going through it. That was 50 feet.
Yep. So to get to the bottom of the stairs, you need to go to where Breton is. So like
through there, or am I going here and then down?
So left would be downstairs to the bottom floor, and then that you'd have to go like to the end of the hallway. Like you'd need to go to here and to there and then down.
Oh, it goes under the stairs.
Yes.
Ah, okay. So that's 60 where she is right now. That's can you move me here, please? So I can see the distances because it doesn't let me do maps.
There you go.
All right, so I have another 60 as an action. 20, 55, 60. Hi, Breton. Ring.
You run all the way to Breton.
And then hasted action.
All of our cameras have just gone.
Meow.
Look, I just got roadrunnered.
Meep. Here. Ruby does not go fast frequently, but when she goes, she goes. Anyway, that is my turn.
Okay.
Why do I not have the... Oh, shit. Moving there.
Give me 2 seconds, everybody.
1,
Wasn't
2.
letting me live edit the Twitch scene. It was being funny. There we go. Me just being... Right, so you're now, boom, up those stairs.
Going quick.
Yep.
That is my turn.
Right, Breton, to you.
Breton is just gonna sigh. He's just gonna jog 60 feet up the stairs, and that's his turn. Since apparently the staircase is 60 feet long.
I don't think that's correct. I would say you could both get to the top of the stairs in this move. I think there's like perspective shift is wonky. So
it's
I
just
would
to put the next level above, so it's not.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
There should have been a break there or a teleport. That's just like you stop here and you end up here.
Yeah, I would say you could both probably actually get in the room.
Do I see Valymr clearly? I see the bad guy clearly.
You do not see the bad guy clearly, but you see Valymr clearly.
Okay. It is my turn. It is turn, I guess.
Valymr, what's your passive perception?
Probably terrible. 15.
Mediocre.
Mediocre.
He's going to take a bonus action to do a cloud kill bomb.
He's out of range.
Oh, that's just the name of an item. It's not a...
Yeah, no, I'm gonna guess it's a smoke bomb that has cloud kill on it.
Kind of, but it's not as powerful. Don't worry. It's
I
just
recently pointed out my players in my Sunday game can start making stuff like this, and it's been a thing.
What, chemical warfare?
Love me some
Well,
chemical warfare. Oh,
You have a
no,
smoke
that
bomb,
is-
and you add poison to it. Now it's a poison smoke bomb.
Green ash grenade from Foxhole.
Yep, essentially. Valymr, make a Constitution saving throw, buddy.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. 21.
You save that.
Yay.
You feel, though, warm, sulfurous gas surround you, and this thick smell of just like... It's almost like a stink bomb has gone off. I will say, though, with your true sight, you will still have a chance to make a perception check, because obviously you're not obfuscated by the full thickness of the cloud. So make a perception check. I'll let you make an active perception check here, because you are directly in combat.
20.
Okay, you see this individual. He goes to try and dart away from you.
Ain't no way I'm letting him have that. I'm gonna hit him.
You can certainly try.
Does a 21 hit him?
It does.
He does not move. He stays where he is, and he takes another 11 damage.
Okay. He feels that, and instead he takes the damage, and then instead of running away, just turns around and like puts the crossbow like to you. So he's
Take advantage on the shot.
gonna take shots instead.
He's got disadvantage. He's within melee range of Valymr.
I was also gonna say, if Valymr can only see because of true sight, does that mean this guy can't see him?
That too.
That's true. He already can't. So
He's just seeing a glaive flying out of the out of the gas.
No, that would be, he would already be at disadvantage, so he can't take double disadvantage. Still try and take.
But he
those
can
shots.
emphatically have disadvantage.
I would like you to emphatically fail this, please.
I just dropped a crit, so be happy.
Yes.
That doesn't hit, does it? That's a natural 1. Okay. You just hear him go, fuck. As you ensnare him in melee combat. Cool.
Yes.
Valymr, you go.
This cloud of bullshit.
Yes, you've just started your turn in it. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Shouldn't have said.
I thought it was first time you enter it in if you end your turn inside of it.
When you for this one, it's start.
22.
You're fine.
Okay. Are all of the boxes around here about 4 foot tall?
It varies because some of it is like amalgamations of lots of little boxes and stuff. It would be considered rough terrain to move through all of this.
Can I go and stand? I want to get out of the cloud of bullshit.
Yeah.
Can I get to here?
Yes.
I would
But
like
it would be 20 foot of your movement
Okay, that's fine.
instead of 10.
And then I am going to hit him
Okay,
with my glaive.
sure.
So 15 misses.
It does.
I'll try again. 23 hits,
Does hit.
and I'm going to put a smitey doodad on it, a special Eldritch Smite. So that's me, Pact Magic, and use power. And this is going to put him on his ass. And I'm going to... Well, I don't know why that didn't apply any damage to it, but Eldritch Smite should be 3d8? Let me just check.
It hits.
Broken. Oh yeah, it's not a hit. It's just extra damage that's supposed to be added. But I don't know. My thing seems to have broken. So Eldritch Smite at 3rd level. 1d8 per level. Okay, so another 3d8 damage. I think you might have to add this one manually, I'm afraid.
That's fine.
There is another 6 damage, and he is prone.
He is indeed prone.
And I think that is the end of my turn then.
Okay. Ruby, to you.
I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on him to try to drop him inside the Cloud Kill.
What's the... You've got 120 of true sight. Make a perception check for me.
That's a failure from him on that. Sure. Uh, 9.
Yeah, okay. I'll let you do it.
Thanks. He gets deposited inside the Cloud Kill.
Whereabouts would you like him? Which tile?
Do the top right corner.
Top right?
Still within range of Valymr, and closer to Breton if Breton
Sure.
can get in that range.
Sure. Okay.
That's my action.
Cool. Anything else? Movement?
Nope, but he has to make a con save for the Cloud Kill.
At the beginning of his turn.
And the first time he enters it.
True. Give me a moment then. Oh. He makes the save.
Okay. Halvesies, I guess, but...
Breton.
Honestly, Valymr is kind of handling this guy pretty well. How many windows are in this upper layer?
I would say 6. 3 on each side, double windows.
3 on each side,
So,
double windows.
Essentially, like LM, GH, and
Okay, so
BC.
there's no point in trying to block all that. Yeah, I guess Breton will just move forward.
Okay, where are you moving to?
It takes him a dash to get to here. He's not going to stand in the Cloud Kill, so that's just his turn.
Sure. Okay. He's going to bonus action disengage.
I'm going to hit him.
He's disengaging.
I'm disengaging.
Sentinel.
And I have Sentinel.
Does
doesn't-
that
Yeah,
apply?
it ignores your disengagement.
It does.
Okay, then give it a go.
Wahaha, let's go. Advantage because he can't see me, I guess?
Oh,
no, 'cause
it's
he's
because I
prone?
stood. He would be trying to stand from prone.
Do I get a...
So
Is standing up costs movement? So is
Ow,
that...
It doesn't provoke.
it doesn't provoke because
provoke
he
from just
hasn't
standing up?
left. So no, that's not with disadvantage. I just haven't
Okay.
removed the effect. Give me a moment. So what was the thing you
The
dropped?
lower roll was an 18.
Still would
that
have
have
hit.
him? Okay.
Yes. That's still above his AC. So he
Okey-dokey.
doesn't move.
Oh, hey, ultra casual.
And he takes
underscore.
18 damage.
Thanks for hitting that follow button.
Sorry, give me a moment.
Also, does he need to roll for it starting his turn, in it?
Yeah, he will do. Well, in theory, yes.
Bro's got a mask.
Roll damage. Or you did?
I did 18 damage.
Oh, nice. Okay. So, I guess he's gonna just shooting you, shoot Breton, I guess. Or maybe no, would he? I think he'd keep shooting you. The one that's harming him.
Is he able to see through, like, the cloud kill? Is it like opaque, or what's kind of this?
So yeah, he wouldn't be able to see directly you. I'm gonna make a roll.
I guess I would have had advantage then to hit him.
I mean, you can see him because you have true sight and blind sight.
Yeah. Yeah, but he can't see me, so it would be advantage on my
Actually,
hit, right?
he can't see you, and you can see him, so you
It's
would
the
have had
same-
advantage to
It's
hit
the
him.
same roll anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just wondering
At the end of the
for
day.
next time.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's just going to kill you. You're the biggest threat for him right now. But he can't see you, so he's going to try and do it at disadvantage. I'm going to make a perception check, see if we can work out where you are. Yeah, he can.
I'm pretty sure that dice rolled with the Mario theme tune. It went da-da-da-da-da-da.
Dude.
Okay,
Ow.
a 22 hits. Make a Constitution saving throw. You succeed.
Oh, do I do it? Did
No,
I
I've already,
do the
you
con
already
save
did it.
manually?
I already did it.
Oh, okay.
So you take half as much as this damage. I don't know where the primary damage of this. Okay, I need to do. You're gonna have to add this manually because this hasn't gone. The coding for this hasn't gone through properly. So 8 points of piercing damage, and
Halved or already halved?
the piercing doesn't get half. You half this damage, the poison, which
Okay.
did apply in full apparently. So give yourself 27 back,
26. Okay, math time.
but half of 27.
Oh, 5. 26.
Because you succeeded.
So I need to add 13. Right.
Yeah, so add yourself 13 back.
Yep.
And that's his turn. Valymr.
Ah, be careful. This guy's got some poison on his crossbow.
I'm an assassin. I'm shocked. Shocked, I say. Oh, not that shocked.
For my bonus action, we're gonna throw on a. We're gonna throw on Hexblade's Curse.
Okay.
And this is another thing that used to work and now it doesn't. I have no idea. But that should be fine still to be used. Right, we gonna hit him. 17 hits. I'm also gonna throw on another Eldritch Smite. And we do some damage. That I just rolled to hit again. My apologies.
Right.
Alright, damage-wise, it is 12 plus... what happens if I do this? Nothing, because that's broken now.
Because you've applied it to your weapon and then it will do it now.
It didn't, unfortunately. An extra 14 points of damage.
Okay.
And now he is prone. So I am going to hit him again now with advantage.
You already had it.
I already had advantage?
We established that because of the smoke.
Oh yes, I did. Okay, well I didn't. I guess I did accidentally roll twice. So, all right, and this is the second hit. This time it is a 31 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
With 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And that is the end of my turn.
Sure. Ruby.
As an action, I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb at 2nd level with advantage, because I'm assuming he is also obscured from me. Therefore, he can't see me, but I can see him.
But he's also prone in its range.
So normal.
Yep.
$22.
That hits.
He's going to take 4d8 fire.
Fire damage.
Yes. And I am going to use my bonus action to catch the stray and put it back in where it does nothing to me.
Okay. The cloud explodes.
I thought this might happen.
I didn't realize Cloud Kill was combustible.
It's not a spell, Beth. It's a smoke bomb.
Oh. Okay.
We established this.
Sorry. I didn't realize that it was combustible.
Uh.
It's okay.
There's no reason for us to have known that.
Yep. It's fine. I gotta roll some.
You're resistant to fire, and Breton's got the HP of a iron golem. I think he'd be all right.
Both of you make a dex save. As this flashes over slightly.
Oh, it was almost a 17. 12.
9.
You should be able to take this. You take 12 points of fire damage each.
I'll reduce that to 6.
Okay. He manages somehow.
Rogue shit.
Yeah, Ruby's expression is, huh.
Hey, that's a cute looking fireball. Wait, I cast Cloud Kill, not Fireball. What the fuck?
Yeah, she's doing.
Okay.
going
Ruby, it's
mad?
still your turn. You done? You good?
That's it.
Okay.
Hasted action, I'll do a dance, I guess. Can I cast another spell as a bonus as a hasted action? No, you can't. Not traditionally.
Mm-hmm.
All I got.
Breton.
Take the
That's
dodge
an
action,
assassin
I
in front of
guess.
you in some slightly singed
Ruby going,
natural camouflage.
Soft side. He's gonna step up. He is still prone, so we're gonna,
Yes,
we're
he
gonna
is.
give him a couple of knocks to the
It's
head.
like-
We're gonna try and do this non-lethally because I want to ask this guy a question.
Okay,
Break
so you're
his
gonna
hand
hit
so
him
he
with
can't
the
shoot
butt
me
of
again.
your weapon.
Yeah, I did not roll with advantage because I guess
He
He's
hasn't
not
had the
actually
prone
prone.
added to him.
No, I haven't added the
so
phone to
we'll
him.
roll again to see if we get the higher one. We did. It does not crit on a 19 though. Sad for me. 15. We'll take our second swing.
You're just beaming this guy with the back of your... Yeah. Just beaming this guy with the back of your thing. And he goes down. Okay.
Basically, just Billy clubbed him while he was on the ground.
Yeah, you
Bonk,
just
bonk.
bonk, bonk. And you just hear... as he goes very unconscious. Thus concludes the combat.
I jump down and kick the crossbow away from him just in case. Rogue shit. I don't know.
Cool.
Dropping haste on myself.
Mm-hmm.
Sleep time.
Here he goes, whoo. That's what that feels like.
You've been hasted before.
Not really.
Breton, are you restraining this individual?
He's going to grab him by the back of the armor, and he's going to just drag him downstairs. Yes, he is going to effectively tie him to something sturdy.
Sure.
Carrying around like 3PO, you're Chewbacca. You're pretty sturdy, right?
Can I do while little shit's being dragged off, can I go look around through all of the other area in the back of this room, through all the boxes and stuff? Not looking in the boxes, but I want to see if there's any more little shits hiding out, or if it was just the one.
Sure. Give me an investigate.
Oh, it's so close to a 28.
Okay. You don't find any more little shits hiding out. You do find a bedroll.
Does it look like it was slept in recently?
It's rolled currently.
Okay. Was there anything near the bedroll? Like backpack or...
Not currently. You do know that the guy had a backpack on.
Okay. Alright, I will, I'll just go and join downstairs.
Cool. Are you taking the bedroll with you?
Sure, why not? Was it rolled up or was it unrolled already?
Roll up.
Can I unroll it, just see if there was anything hidden in it?
Sure.
Because it'd be a smart place to hide shit if you're traveling.
Yeah. Inside the bedroll, you find a wooden stamp. Like one that an accountant would use to mark a logbook.
Would we use for ink or wax?
You're not sure. There doesn't. You look at the. Give it a quick look. It's like a dark wooden handle, metal rim, and then the stamp is a sigil you do not recognize. And the metal is a weird hue to it. There's like a...
Oh, he's got the black mark, he does.
I will bring it down to show Breton to see if his necklace has a bit of a fit over that metal.
Sure. It doesn't look like blood silver. It's got a purple hue to it.
Ooh, so it's sexy metal.
And yeah, it's a symbol that you, off the top of your head, do not recognize.
I will ask Ruby and Breton if they recognize the symbol.
We'll look at it.
Make an Arcana check.
Hardly. I like making those.
Arcana? I'm proficient in Arcana.
You'll be able to make a check as well.
14.
22.
Okay. Collaboratively, I would say, because I feel like Valymr's magic doesn't really cover this sort of magic. This looks to be a device that can block portals. Because of the arcane sigils, it seems to be something that would essentially reverse or portals or teleports. It seems basically it blocks transportation magic in an area.
Is there a way to activate it, or is it just always on?
I would require you to identify the item for that.
Okay.
But that's what the magical symbol would mean.
Right.
It's basically the astronomical version of "do not pass go."
This could be useful.
Breton.
Maybe needs identifying first, though.
You find a very, very sturdy bedpost to tie this man to.
Yep.
Are you disarming the individual as best you possibly can?
I mean, I didn't bring his weapons down with him, but yeah, if he's got daggers and stuff tucked away, they're full free.
Okay, so
rogue shit.
you fully just give me a full investigate of rogue shit.
I swear, when I level up, Midge, I'm taking skill prodigy so I can have expertise and investigate. Because like we get asked to roll this more than anything, and none of us have investigation.
I have a better idea.
18.
18 's
Strip
fine.
his ass buck naked. That way
That's
we know he's
basically
got
what's
nothing.
happened. So you take off his backpack, you take the short sword out of the scabbard, which has a thick smell to it, like putrid hue, clearly dripping with some sort of liquid. You take away all of his, you take his utility belt off of him, which has like several smoke bombs, a load of bags tied
Did we just
together.
fucking take down Batman? Like, what's going on here?
You find
Bam's
like
definitely a rogue.
a couple of like bags of like crushed glass and caltrops. You find a grappling hook like that he has. You take away his crossbow bolts, which are also tipped with poison. You find 3 vials of poison as well, of what seem to be a poison substance. A couple of alchemical flasks, 2 more of those cloud bombs. All sorts of dangerous objects. A couple of daggers, one including affixed into his boot. So you de-shoe him. But yeah, this is a human male. You also find a note. You find a letter that has what you would assume
Language.
the address of this location on it. And it has on the note attic. Single job. Close it whilst the adventurers are inside.
Close it while the adventurers are inside.
And then a signature of like a dash, and the letter P.
Anybody remember off the top of their head? Anybody we've met that their name starts with P? Somebody we may have pissed off. Somebody who doesn't want us to be here.
Nothing comes to mind.
Pericles Cosmalis, he's after us. The bloody
Ooh.
Minotaur.
Who? The guy who was our ship, like our bosun mate?
No,
I was
the
thinking more recent history, but
Pericles Cosmalis was the guy who was one of the historians.
He was at the we met him in Atria.
May or
Yeah,
may
Ruby
not have
shrugs.
drowned at the summit.
Oh, he
Well,
died?
somebody named-
Oh.
P wants us to be stuck in the infinite abyss, so that's a piece of information for us to deal with. I'm sure in a second we'll be asking this guy all the questions we want, so
Better question,
get them ready.
if that might lead us to that. Who knew we were going? Who knew we were there?
The only person who would have known might have been
Etrin.
the knight, yes. The one that we met in the capital. And the individual who was holding on to the individual dealing in the blood silver. They were the only two I could think of that knew that we were leaving.
Is there any chance we can roll a history check to see if it was somebody like that we're forgetting?
I'm legitimately just trying to remember their names because I am
Yeah, I
the
got
worst with
nothing.
names.
I would.
Valymr has a better memory than me.
Sure, roll an intelligence check.
I will too. Oh, sorry. Natural 20 for 27.
13 for me.
You don't. I don't think there's anyone in your current recent memory that has the initial P.
Procopius! He's after us.
It's Procopius,
the
yeah.
individuals that knew you were going where you're going is the chapter master, or the guy who was keeping the captive for you, the defender of the temple of the recently deceased living saint, and the court mage of the High King. They were the three people that knew that you were coming here.
All right. Well,
Do any of their names begin with P?
Off
No.
the top of my head, I don't think so.
Okay.
hope you have your magic ready. Why don't we just ask this guy?
I don't have Compel Truth.
I do. I'll cast it.
Uh,
Zone of Truth.
and I'll give him a Cure Wounds. At second level, because I don't have any firsts.
Okay.
I guess, guys, I'm sorry.
So you're gonna heal up the guy.
Just 2d8 plus 5.
Oh wow!
I don't have a way to click on him. I'll just
Can you just roll
roll
the roller? Yeah.
uh, 15 total to him.
15 total. He is no longer unconscious. Ugh.
Good morning.
Oh.
He needs to make a charisma saving throw.
We all need to make a charisma saving throw.
You all need to
True.
make a Christmas saving throw. Can you drop the spell in chat for me?
I did.
25.
I have no idea what my DC is, but yeah, that passes
It's not
it.
25.
Yeah.
What's the DC?
Him,
I
probably,
have no idea.
for him, 19 to 20 probably.
What's your spell save DC? Valymr?
I don't know where to see that.
It's not on these character sheets. You have to do the math for it. Our proficiency bonus is +5, so it'd probably be.
And
Do you have any?
charisma.
Do you have any items that increase your spell DC?
No, I'm not.
Then it's
I know of.
18.
18.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Christmas. Okay.
I know whether he saves, succeeds or fails as well.
I thought that was the case, but that's not in this spell's description right now.
It says you know whether each creature succeeds or fails in its saving throw, but halfway down.
Oh, he succeeds. There it is. Sorry,
Well.
I don't do well with reading, and sometimes I skip lines. And for some reason, that's the one that kept skipping in my brain.
Zone of Truth failed, guys.
Can we try again?
Sure. I'll throw another one down.
Breton is just keeping a very close eye on him to ensure that he doesn't try anything
24.
bugging.
Okay, that was an 8 this time. He fails.
Yeah. All right.
So,
He is compelled.
Apparently, so am I. Great.
how we
Plus
doing?
13. Still can't succeed this.
Ruby will walk up and kind of sit down right in front of him, cross her legs. I'm not a morning person at the best of times. I also get angry really easily and are inclined to burn buildings down. So, I'm going to be politely asking you who P is, and if I don't get an answer I like, I'm going to be impolitely asking you who P is. So, who's P?
Roll a intimidation check.
Sure. $16.
Oh, I don't know who P is. I just know that they work in the High King's Court.
Looks towards Valymr.
I mean, he cannot tell a lie. He is telling the truth.
Okay. And how did you find us? Or how did he know where we were? I should say.
I got my orders from this letter. I got told there was a job.
Okay.
Got given the seal. Told to close the portal. Got given the address. That's that.
These orders say nothing about attacking us, and you shot me.
Yeah, well, you came out the portal and it said keep the adventurers in. So
maybe P didn't want us dead. Maybe he just wanted us through the portal. How would you know that those are the same thing to him?
you don't hire an assassin if you don't want someone dead.
He's got a point there, Valymr.
Sorry, I'm so used to doing wet work. Like,
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
What organization are you from?
Oh, I'm a Blackmark assassin.
A what?
A Blackmark assassin. We work mainly out of the in and out of the Bay of Gold. Got headquarters is all under the sort of like the Fertile Basin region.
Expensive?
Yeah, we tend to do a lot of like dealing with merchants, corrupt nobles, people that want people, not people anymore, kind of jobs. A lot of
And you just do it regardless of who the mark is or anything like that?
I need the money.
Okay.
If we were to free you, would you try and finish the job?
Yeah, I'm not about that life right now.
Well, kind of depends. Like, if I can, close the portal, say a job's a good one. Like you said, technically there's nothing on the list about killing you guys. You got through way before I got here.
See, my issue is you attacked us regardless. Makes me think you got a thing for killing people. That whole being the assassin thing too.
Well, it was more the fact of the clearly not blind guy was staring right at me. I took a shot. Blocking the only way out outside the windows, and I've got a bit of a dodgy knee, and I don't like climbing up and down buildings where I can help it.
She's just gonna slowly turn her head to look at Breton.
Breton just shrugs.
What's your name?
You're the moral center here. I'm online to kill him, but
I'm Craig.
Why'd you have to have such a fucking normal name? Jesus.
It's a normal name. What did you want me to be called? Belthethion, the blind
I feel a lot
shooter?
less. I'd feel a lot, less
I'm Craig
morally.
Ritchie,
ambiguous about killing a Belthressian or whatever you said.
How did they contact you? How did you get the letter? Like, is there like a drop location or a
Yeah.
house where you all hang out at? Or
Not where we all hang out. We all act independently. I got well, it's a series of dead drops. I get told to go somewhere to go get the orders. We have a couple of locations. We use a lot of the inns locally. Sometimes the guards. It depends where the palms are greased. It's work, innit?
okay. So how do you collect your reward?
Normally similar dead drop. I have a favourite tree that people tend to leave money in.
Where's that?
Do you know the Eastway Gardens in Cavalier?
Sure.
It's like a big part. Well, it's in they have a wildlife natural garden. There's deer also. I like to go sit in with the deer sometimes. There's a stump in the middle of an oak grove. It's hollowed out. It's trapped, of course, but
How do you tell them that the job is done?
don't have to. They find out that the job's been done when the job's been done. Normally the things I deal with end up in the news. It's not like I have to go around telling them. I just leave it a week, check the stump.
We'd be in the news if we vanished in the abyss.
I imagine
Somehow
we
I don't
probably
think
would.
ours would be spread around as much.
Yeah, maybe not the public dispatches, but at least in the ones that matter.
Okay. So you already expecting payment when you go back to this place, right?
Oh, it won't be there yet. I'll have to wait around a bit. I'll probably pick up another job or two if the going's
Oh,
good.
yeah. No, you're not picking it up. Sorry. I'm going to be
How
finishing.
much? Sorry, go on.
I'm going to be finishing the job for you. We'll close the portal. Don't worry.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to strip you of everything you own except your underwears, and then I'm going to kick you out.
Won't be the first time, but I think fair's fair. I did shoot your friend over here.
You did.
I have a better idea.
Okay.
Maybe he goes through the portal first.
No, I'm not doing that to Craig.
Oh.
Good paladin right there, that is.
That's right. You have broken your oath.
I'm lawful. This is lawful.
Okay, no. So here's the deal. I'm gonna get your drop because we're gonna close the portal for you. I'm gonna kick you out with everything but your bruise. If I ever see you again, I'm gonna turn you into a skeleton. Okay? A little bit charcoal skeleton.
I mean, believable. Oh.
Cool. Tell your other Blackmark assassins, friends, I'm assuming you're not gonna quit this line of work, that if anybody knows who we are and gets a mark after us, we will double it to turn against the person that attacks them.
All right. I'll let the boss know. They like those kind of arrangements.
How much was the contract? How much are you going to get paid for this job?
Oh, it's a simple portal closer. They as long as they paid for the it's a bit of a clean-up job. It's not much. It's about 100 gold. 3 hours work. If that. Wasn't necessarily going to be any killing. It's just, if the guards all got here first or whatever before the portal was properly closed, you might need to thing, but that would be like extra damages. So.
Your organization doesn't have any concept of hazard pay, does it?
Yeah, I mean it. Yeah, it does. We do. We look after our own. Look, whilst we work in the legally grey and immoral, doesn't mean we don't look after one another. Like, I'm doing this to put my kids through university. That's all I'm here for.
Blood money tastes sweeter, I suppose.
And when the world's the way it is, wars happening all the time. Possible end times. Might as well make a profit.
You ever thought about killing the bad guys instead?
You said the people I'm killing aren't bad guys.
I'm not a bad guy. Neither are these two.
You weren't on the list of killing, really.
You were gonna trap us in the bloody abyss. Come on.
I mean, perspective.
No, I mean, that's literally killing somebody. I didn't drop them off the bridge to kill them. Gravity did it for me. Yeah, no. Sorry.
I think it's all a matter of perspective, you know. Like, who's to say?
Okay, so
that
if I dropped you off in the
finding
abyss, would you consider me killing you?
I would consider it probably fair with what I've been doing.
I'm not talking about fair. I'm talking about murder.
Well, I mean,
I thought it was fair too.
like, surely if we're talking about, well, it depends on the morality of the killing. Like, if someone kills someone during a war, is that moral?
I'm
is that still murder?
Get out. 2d4 from outside the house. Plop. Get out. Tie it up. I don't care.
Okay, so you untie the man from the banister. Well, that's what we just said.
I'm not untying him.
From the banister he's tied to. He's tied to a bedpost right now.
The bed's going outside with him.
Plump.
Or him tied to a bed, pushed out a window. Okay, you leave him bound, but not bound and restricted inside. You kick him out. You retain his things and leave him to run into the night into his skivvies. And so that is the story of Craig, the death
Passing
man,
out
the
now.
Blackmark assassin. Okay, you would like to continue your rest.
I would, because now I have 33 HP left.
Sure. Okay.
But
Who's
you'd already
taking-
finished your rest, Valymr.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I got shot.
Yeah,
and
then
now
you
I
got
need
crit a
to
couple of times.
sleepies again.
Well, good. That means you can't get a rest for another 24 hours. Because you've already finished your rest.
Yeah, the other two have got to rest first.
See, sometimes sleeping in 4 hours isn't the solution.
But I didn't get back everything last time I rested, because I didn't get back by luck.
Either you
gonna take
rested
that.
or you didn't, Valymr.
I don't know. I don't remember. Alright, I already rested then. I will take... Before you sleep and get all your spell slots back, can you just heal me?
No.
No.
I don't have any healing for you.
I do, but I don't think I can heal you back to full, but I can heal you.
Nah, not full isn't necessary.
One moment as I target not the Blackmark assassin.
Yeah. As a note, as a reminder, so you have one poisoned short sword, you have a muffled light crossbow, which is like a light crossbow that's been modified in a way to make it quieter. You have 2 more of those smoke bombs. You have 2 bags of pocket glass, 1 bag of caltrops, 2 vials of poison, a small bag of gold as well. Though he had a small bag of gold on him. And then you also have his darkened leathers. And and his rebreather, and he's got like a small gas mask.
And what was this incredible cloak he was using to blend into the environment?
Oh, it's literally a cloak with like trash on it. It's like properly. He's just made a ghillie suit essentially, a ghillie cloak.
Urban ghillie suit.
Yeah, it's proper Stalingrad. Like yeah, it's just like it has like the bottom of it is like made with bits of plank. Like there's things that look like bedding and stuff. Oh, and then you've also got the portal closing stamp, which will, if you identify it, spend time identifying it. It is to you. It's a one and done use item. But stamping it on an object will block teleportation in 300 feet of that stamp for a week.
And she will stamp it then before she goes to bed. Boom.
Sure. You see a purple sigil like emblazon itself on the wall, like magical burn in. The stamp that you've got kind of disintegrates when you do that, like in your hand. And yeah, this area is now, teleportation is now prevented.
Good night now.
will
Take
give
your
you all
nap,
a
sleep
long rest because nothing else is going to harm you, not while I'm around.
Oh, well.
But yeah, no. You make it through the night safely and soundly.
All right, then. That was lots of fun. Let's go find out who P is in the High Court. How many people do you think start with the name P in their front name, in their name at the High Court?
It could be first or last name.
Could also be position.
You wouldn't use position as an abbreviation.
That'd give you away. Unless his name is Position, just to confuse us.
Peter P. Position is the
The proctor.
Yeah, it's Peter Pisano, the prefect.
prefect of the post.
Like, well,
Wait,
if we
no,
find
the
that guy,
Pontifex
we
is
kill him
first.
because we know he's responsible.
All right, let's return to
Pontifex
Gearvaloo.
is after us.
Okay.
Let's return to Gearvaloo. We have to go pay a visit to the High King.
Wait, Gervaloo is where he got. Who was going to get paid? It's not where he got.
It said it's in the High Court. Somebody from the High Court.
Yeah.
It's
the High
Gearvaloo.
Court, then it has to be Gearvaloo.
Okay. All right.
Unless it's the Duke of Ate who come back from the dead. Which
What's your dad's name?
Ed.
Not
Edward.
him then.
No. Thanks. Mother? No. Aunt? I actually don't remember my aunt's name.
Now, if it was stamped with a, the signature V, then we know it's my family. But other than that,
That's your name was K.
right? But everyone's first name is V.
Their favorite drink is a VK. Like
Mm.
they love those alcohol pops.
Shall we get up on Solvaril and giddy up?
Sounds like the plan.
So Ruby and Breton climb up upon Silveril. Valymr has the unfortunate between the claws position. And you begin your journey back to the capital of Givu. There's far less smouldering ash and fire as you journey back. It seems the incursions that were affecting the surrounding areas outside of the city and outside of the attack have died down in the time that you've been away. And
So it's been cleaned up a bit then.
in fact, during your journeying, Silveril picks up on this because Silveril has brilliant perception as well as Breton having pretty decent perception. You actually see aerial patrols flying about of like mounted knights and paladins on their flying mounts, so like Pegasus, eagles, that sort of thing, flying around the vicinity of the city as you get closer. You've come across this before, but they were all very, very busy the day of the attack. So it's back to sort of usual formation and protections. Where are you heading directly? Are you just going to try and head straight to the Palace of the King?
Don't think there's anything. I mean, was Gervaloo the same place that the guy that we had given to the
Yes.
fella?
It's the place where all
was?
the streets ran with blood. It's got a large mountain in the city. It's
Right.
where
We could go to the knight who let us stay at his place. first.
Yes. See if that guy that we captured knows of a P.
That was Sir Garrett. Yep.
Garrett the Red.
That sounds right.
Or you mean
Garrett Ruvio.
Yeah, Ruvio. Garrett the Red.
Rufio.
Or do you mean go interrogate the person who was selling blood silver?
I don't think he'd know anything, Valymr.
It's worth a check, though. No.
Unrelated.
It's also possible we could meet with the High Magister.
He was selling blood silver that he collected from this chateau that we were just attacked at. This is where, the reason we knew where to go.
He's gone now. Wait, no. He's gone now. Didn't the keeper destroy him after he couldn't do much with him?
He was put into custody. I don't think he's dead. Yeah, I don't think he's been killed.
Well, let's start with the knight first, then we'll go to them.
Sure. Okay. So you fly back towards the main cathedral of the Chevalion, in which the house of Garrett Ruvio, first knight of the Living Saint, or previously Living Saint, has their house. And you land. No one stops you on entering the city or anything. You guys are pretty well known even to various paladins. You guys have pretty much made a name for yourself in this city. It's hard not to know about the adventuring company that helped put a stop to the most recent tragedy of the city, and also has been working globally to change the way that the world is ending. So it's not like any of the guards stop you. But you head to the house, and lucky enough, they are in. So you knock the door, and there's no servant that answers. So Garrett does just open the door themselves, and it is
Good afternoon.
just about. I take it you put a stop to what was attacking, or do you need help? What's going on?
Just before we do anything, I'm going to make an insight check out of the point that anybody who is connected to the High Court right now, if they're surprised to see us, that's a motherfucker we want to be careful of.
Sure.
Surprised to see me.
But I roll a 7, so, that's what it is.
It's not surprised to see you. It's the thing of you guys have been gone for a little while. The last you knew, you guys were looking into what caused the attack or who was behind the attack, and he's more like, so do you have news? Please come in. It's more.
We'll come inside. Come inside first. Yes, we can talk. Just need to come inside.
So, by the way, he also isn't in armor right now. He is in what seemed to be just simple order robes. He was holding a book at the time. Please come in.
So we went. She actually went to pause for a second, put on her true sight eyeglass, and just look at him, look around.
Sure. What are you looking for in particular?
Anybody who ain't supposed to be there or ain't what they look like.
Okay. You don't see anyone that.
And a sensor. Just make sure nothing's scryed on too.
Yeah, no. There isn't any scrying around you. Everything looks just to be a simple, modest, Spartan home. It's one of those things of, again, to remind you of what this place is like. It is a nice, state house on a very, very affluent monastery, but it is Spartan. This person does not care for fine furnishings or whatever there is there. Instead of a sofa, there is just like, a couple of wooden chairs. The most affluent looking part is a relatively nicely kept kitchen and herb garden, and then a wall of books. Like a bookshelf. That's like the main things. Everything else is just as Spartan as it gets, as soldierly as it gets,
Sure.
most likely.
Do you want the full details, or you want me to bridge it for you?
A bridge is fine, unless you think it's pertinent.
Tracked down where everything was coming from. There's a portal into the abyss. Went into the abyss for a little while. Blew up a factory. Fought some Death Knights. Left. Got attempted to be assassinated by a gentleman who worked for somebody who goes with the name P, who works at the High Court. We're trying to find out who P is.
You have anything to go on? Anything else to go on other than P?
Holds up the letter. I don't know if you can copy or handwriting. Calligraphy's not my skill set.
He looks at it as like, this looks like someone has obfuscated their handwriting. This looks to be like a right-handed person using their left hand.
Okay, so now we just need to find out everybody who's right-handed.
Sorry, that doesn't help. P is also very not the most generic, but certainly not least common.
Well, the good news is, if it makes it easier, it would be somebody who knew we went to the abyss.
Yes.
Which means you're down to two options. You, another gentleman and his undead thrall minion thing, and the Lord High Mage.
It's a few more than that.
Wait, what?
You've been gone a little while, and council has been kept. The High Kings have met and spoke, so it is a pool of 15 or so people.
How long have we been gone? And what is the date today?
Like 3 days, I think.
It's now the 2nd of Father's Dawn.
We were gone like a month.
You were gone like a month.
Oh shit! I didn't realize it was that long. I thought it was like a couple of days.
It was like so every hour was 3 hours. So I think it's kind of like what was the calculation in the end? Either way, the time has passed faster outside.
Sure.
I don't remember when you went in is the problem. And I know we're in Father's Dawn because last time I accidentally said Mother's Dawn and we thought we went back in time 2 months. I think it's been about 2 weeks. Memory serves.
Okay. 15 people. That's still a smaller group. Is anybody in there? Begin with the name of P.
Yeah. Few. First, last. Noble house.
All of the above.
4 individuals that I can think of to my knowledge.
Cool. Let's gather them up. Zone of truth them.
Yes, we might need to be a bit more tactful than that.
Naturally. What rank are these 4 individuals?
Well, one is a king.
Hopefully not that one.
I don't think the king would try to assassinate the people trying to save his country.
A king, not the king.
Oh, a king, not the king. Sorry.
So, yeah, as a reminder,
it's different kings. I thought it was the High King. Sorry,
There's the High King, and then there's 4 or 5 kings underneath, one of whom you know directly.
That the one with an angel strapped inside him.
Yes.
Probably not him.
Made him sound like a flesh mech.
I was more thinking of that Tzeentch Lord from Warhammer with the dude coming out of the shoulder.
Yeah. Oh.
Village.
Yes, and oh yeah, that's interesting. One of them is the personal bodyguard of the High King. The other is a treasurer, or the treasurer of the court. And the other, the master of ships.
I bet money it's the treasurer.
It's usually the treasurer.
It's got to be the treasurer. Come on.
I might be able to narrow it down a little more. Did any of them have any known relations, or were any of them close professionally or personally to the Duke of Arte?
Duke of Arte?
The former Duke of Arte, I should say.
The former Duke of Arte, technically.
I heard of that issue. Not that I'm aware of, but it's very possible for any of them. King Peter would have met the Duke in various ceremonial and chivalric occasions. If they jousted one another multiple times. Duke of Arte is a very... all of that peninsula, those cities are potent trade towns, so the...
Othray.
All of Othray is... it's the wealthiest kingdom, so... the master of ships, master of coin, both would have most likely had dealings. The most unusual one would be the High King's bodyguard, but he was a knight. He is a knight and has fought in many battles before himself, so...
Is he avowed?
He is not part of an order. He is just a knight of upstanding stature.
But he's never had to make any fealty vows or anything like that. No oaths, no paladin oaths.
It would not be... no. He is not...
He's just a bodyguard then. Guard for hire.
It's a bit more than that, but yeah. He's not...
There'd be nothing to stop him from doing something is what I'm aiming at.
He is not beholden to a god, no.
Okay. Well...
his god is his country.
Ha! Figure that out here soon, won't we? Well, this is now the time, I think, to find out who we can grab. Invite them over for dinner.
I do not hold dinners here. This would not... he looks around the very smart environment. We could...
Perhaps a time for you to open up your doors to such an endeavor. It would be a unique occasion, as you never do it before.
He walks over and, like, wobbles his kitchen table and is like... For me now is not very much the time. I have a lot of preparations to attend to.
What the fuck noise was that?
My chair moving.
Okay, it's boing. It boinged at me. Boing. Okay.
It's you have been gone a while. I'm not sure if you heard, but we will be elevating someone to the position previously held by the Living Saint very soon, end of the week.
I think it's best we find this person before that event.
Yes, and it means that I cannot host a dinner party. Also, I would not have cause or pretext to bring those 4 individuals in perspective to do so. I can get you into court again, though. You can... I find a way to ingratiate you into the King's Court. Do your own investigation from there.
I have an idea. Is Gimria Moville being rebuilt?
Giviamaville was not overly damaged recently, just
My estate.
the Sunderstar estate, which was, as far as I understand it, that would be down to the Sunderstar family, or what remains of it would be in charge of the rebuild, and they have yet to move back.
Yeah, I've been a little busy.
It has been left guarded but desolate.
Okay. Well, it makes sense for a Lady Noble to speak to the Master of Coin about acquiring the resources to rebuild that, wouldn't you think?
I would argue that might be an in. Knowing your father's role in recent times, though, the crown may not look kindly or generously on handouts, but it would be pretext to go speak. Which is, I think,
the
what
idea.
you need. Yes.
And the bodyguard. My mother could use a, good solid bodyguard. We're interviewing various potentials.
That is a bit more of a flimsy idea. I doubt they will. They are the bodyguard of the High King. They will probably not take a step down to a much lesser noble. No offense, but a countess is a few ranks down the ladder from what is essentially an emperor.
It would not make a lot of sense for us to just go talk to the bodyguard. Does he have a contract or an employer? I mean, other than just the High King?
No,
Does he work for
He was a bannerman of
company?
the High King. He was a bannerman of the High King who has been elevated to that position.
I don't suppose the High King would let us just talk to him, would he?
If you can convince the High King.
I think it's worthy of it. We need to talk to them all, but, the most suspect ones first.
I feel like a lot of this could be potentially dealt with if we just take this missive to the High King and show him that there is a plot within his court. As if only the court could know about it, then he may be well invested in aiding us in whatever way he can. As it's already been shown that Nardothel has elements within it that are working against the greater power of the majority of it, and unless he is the one who is personally responsible for it, he would probably want that snuffed out.
I agree. I think the issue is if we tell him, everybody's going to find out soon that we were there.
You want to stay under the radar still?
As long as possible.
Wait, what's a radar? Beyond the sky.
Under the sky.
Fly below the sky. I like that.
But that being said, I could not just go talk to the Master of Coin without announcing that I am here. Or make it vague, like the Lady of House Sunderstar wishes to speak to the Master of Coin, making you think it could possibly be my mother, but it's actually me.
Worth a shot. Maybe.
That might work.
Especially as it might look like you're looking for a grant to aid with the reconstruction of the manor.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to point out, we have a reason to meet with the High King that is not related to this. We're looking for forces to potentially assail a keep that is responsible for all the wrongdoings that have been happening, in not just the entire region, but the entire continent.
True.
I think
We
that would
gotta wait
be
a
a
week because we closed
very...
the portal.
The portal will be open in about a week.
Sorry, we haven't established, guys. While we were in the Abyss, we found potentially the location of the keep that the forces of Null are using to basically cause all the wrongdoing that they have been for the past 800-something years. Potentially.
And there will be a limited amount of time to strike at them.
The book he was holding falls to the ground. Why did you not lead with this information?
I was
Sorry,
letting
I'm
him talk.
Stressful few days.
I'm very selfish. I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about myself. That's a bad habit of mine. Sorry.
Okay.
I got really hurt. It's not my fault.
Also, if you need
And
to
I typically just let them do the talking.
Yep, well, Samantilia, you would do better to speak more sometimes. Okay, that is big news. Please tell that to the High King. I will walk you over right away. That could legitimately change our lives forever.
But that's not going to stop the would-be corrupt assassin person from warning, perhaps.
Yes, it might alert them to us knowing, which might change any plans to destroy everything. It depends. He picks up his book. Is the risk of us acting now and acting fast worth whatever this individual that is helping orchestrate this connection getting word?
I don't know. We don't know what this person can do or what they're capable of, or how much information they have. But if they work for the forces of Null, they can alert them pretty quickly, and that would destroy any possible evidence that they had access, as well as make sure that when our army gets there, because the portal is sealed for a week, that there's nothing there, and we would have walked through the abyss for nothing. Again. And that's not an easy trek.
It is going to be a trade-off that we have to be careful with one way or the other. Because if we have to assume that they have infiltrated every major power that could help us in this endeavor, then anyone we go to, they will be tipped off. And we cannot do it ourselves, so what does that leave us? We have to oust every spy in every court in the world? Well, I'd say that seems more of a task than what we can even manage.
I would be inclined to agree, but maybe Lady Sunderstar is right and we should try and deal, or at least isolate this one to give us enough time to get some forces into position.
About how fast can a sufficiently sized force be made of, like, ready? Like, how long would it take to organize?
What information do you have on the fort? What will we need?
We know there's it's guarded by death knights and these jackal things.
Plus, the travel there is not exactly easy. You'll be going through blood fog with, deadly mosquitoes of doom.
Yeah.
As well as, it's the abyss. There could be anything at any time. We're going to take losses. Just from being there. It'd be like Napoleon marching across Russia in winter. There's going to be problems.
Who? I do not know of this Napoleon, and nor do I know of this place. But,
it's a lesson to be learned. That's the one you should pay attention to.
He's born on some shithole island. Retbury. He's born in Retbury.
Anyway.
So
I like the idea for Breton, though. We definitely need to take care of this, but if we could do it without being our hand being played. Politics.
Yes.
We have to play politics.
We also, I just point out as well, if we're trying to avoid, like, tipping hand to anyone named P, we have to think that P might be a moniker. Like, not their role, but, like, if they are Sir Fluvius Hightower and in general Girvaluan life, they may go by the name Peter. I don't know, something a bit more evil, I guess. But in the circles that would be, it's like you wouldn't sign your real name. You wouldn't sign your real surname. I don't think it is going to be anybody with the name with P. I think it's...
Then we have literally nothing to go on.
True. But I just have to assume that they would be slightly more intelligent
Oh.
than signing their literal initial.
Well, you have the information that it is at the very least in the High Court.
Yes.
That's a small group, but it is an influential group. As
Is
to
there
your
magic we can do on this letter to get any information out of it?
I don't have any capacity to do that. No.
Is there anyone we could talk to that would know about this kind of thing that might be able to lead us in a direction? It's like, oh, this paper comes from this place, or this ink is like this, or anything at all. Actually, I have an idea. This was given to an assassin and a bunch of bloody rogues. Invisible ink and all that is totally a thing that these circles use, right? Maybe using the identify spell on the letter will reveal something. May not be like all the information that instantly leads us to the guy, but it might be something.
Where did you say this assassin was? Or who they were from? Did you have that information?
Blackmark assassin. His name is Craig. He's currently wandering the countryside in his underwear.
And he collects dead drops from Girvaloo. He's from all over the not Gold Coast, not Ivory Coast. What
Bay of Gold.
coast?
Bay of Gold.
Bay of Gold.
They work all
That
over
one.
the Bay of Gold, and they have. I am somewhat familiar with their work. I do not have a connection, but I know some people that might do. They will be working on a hefty sum if they have a connection with someone in the High Court.
As you said, this job was very cheap for them.
Yeah, 100 gold. Like, we're only worth 100 gold. Honestly, kind of insulting.
I mean, they got what they paid for. They underpaid. They didn't get the job done.
True.
But fatal flaw of corruption is they tend to be cheap on all fronts. One of the small benefits of being on the good side, we know when to reward those who help. Speaking of, are you okay for supplies and gold? You have done a great service, even if we're not allowed to talk about it yet. But from what it sounds like, you have got the ball rolling on something quite...
We have lost an insubstantial amount, not an insubstantial amount of gold when our ship went down. Anything you can give would be appreciated.
I can help you with some day-to-day coffers, for sure. Takes a slight smile. Hey, give me a moment. He then returns with what seem to be like banknotes. Take this to one of the branches of the city bank. They will provide you the trade bars required.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It amounts to about 3,000 gold in the trade bars. Or 3,000 gold worth of like bank receipts. IOUs, etc. Like I said, I can get you back into the High Courts. You have some connections there. It would not be an awful place to start. The Kings will all be in session for the next coming weeks. They're all in the city post the attack, trying to... The High King demanded it to show a united front against our enemies, considering they got so close to the capital. And also so they can plan the Nathathelian assistance to what is going on in the north.
It'd be nice to speak to the King of Othray again, now that he and I can relate to each other pretty well.
I'm not going to read into that too hard. I know what I need to know. I will start talking to some order members that I can trust. See who they have in the city and the surrounding areas. See if they can recall people that haven't gotten too far north.
This might be a question not for you, but if I wanted to get a hold of a Blackmark assassin.
Like I said, I haven't dealt with them, but I'm sure I know people who have. They've been sanctioned by the crown before in certain jobs, so it is not usual that. Put it this way: their name is known.
Oh, and can we have the names of the 4 people who are most likely the the treasurer of the...
I'll do those. So you've got Baronet Purrs.
And that is the...
She is the Master of Ships.
Okay.
Got Perkram Hamo. He's the, head of the King's Guard. You've got Sir Percival Gaunt, who is the Master of Coin. Give me a moment.
What was the Master of Ships' name again?
Baronet Purr.
What's the 4th one have some super evil name?
The 4th one's one of the kings. I need to just double check which kingdom. Currently can't get in at World Anvil, so I need to reset the password. But, do you know what? We will take our midpoint break here. I'll find you that name. We'll take our 10-minute break. And we'll go from there. So, friends who are watching, use this time, grab yourself a drink, and we will see you very soon.
Okay.
Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex. I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere. And if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch. And just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem.
So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Welcome back. So, it was the new High King of Soldiers, Poitiers the First, is the name I was looking for. But we return as the party decide, what are you going to do? What would you like to do? Where would you like to go? Whose skull would you like to kick in other than mine?
Me Jackson like I go out of my way to make his life a living hell. I do, but that's not the point. I think I need a day off, honestly. Can I take one? Do I have the time? No, I don't have the time. But how long would it take to arrange meetings that would not immediately be thrown out with all 4 of these individuals?
The hardest one to get audience with will be the King of Shelters. I do not know of a reason for you to directly go to them other than...
Sorry for your dad's death, kinda. Condolences
If you
meeting.
would, possibly. Like I said, the various kings in court will be in session quite often over the coming days.
Yeah, but I can't go there with all of them at the same time.
It would be a way of at least meeting them all face to face, so it's not just a cold call. Or, like I said, we could probably find ways to talk to the Master of Coin and the Master of Ships if... say you needed a ship to get somewhere that would go out under the radar out of port, that would be purview at the Master Ship. Say you needed coin for anything.
I need a home loan.
It wouldn't be that level. It would be on some mission from the High King. With the news that you have given me and it being as severe as it is, I would highly recommend us trying to seek counsel with the High King. At the very least.
Let's go.
And then we insight check the fuck out of his bodyguard.
Pre-cum? Yeah.
Just have to reread it to see if I see where you're getting it from.
That's okay. One of my friends had a character whose name was Uomar. I said, "Oh, his name is Uwu."
Perk from
It was totally intentional.
Perk from Hamo, Percival Gaunt, Baronet Per, and King Poitiers the First. Those are the P's you've been given.
Let's go talk to the High King.
Okay, let's go mind our P's and Q's in front of the High King, yes.
Or just the P's.
We don't care about the Q's, to be honest.
But you should always expect the Q's. Takes forever.
He's going to show up when you least expect it.
I'm British. I'm expecting the Q, and I'm fine with it, but...
No, you can watch out as John Delancey as Q from Star Trek.
Alright. So you make your way down the hill towards the palace. You aren't stopped. Especially with the Rouge with you. And you are led through... You've been in a wing of this palace before, haven't you? Because you've spoken to the Magister before. Yeah. But you are instead directed more towards a large chamber. Have you? I take it you've all seen paintings of like the estate of like France, the French estate, where they have like the nobles, the church, and the third estate, the place, like a massive room, wall of chairs in like a stand on one side, wall of chairs in another, and then a large open area with a throne right at the end. That's what you're seeing. It's that scaled down a little bit. This would only hold, say,
left versus right in politics.
Yeah, this would probably be about 400 seats in total.
The French for that one too.
One side seems to be like like chairs emblazoned with like the sigils of like monastic orders, and the other side seems to be nobility. Then you are led in. There are obviously guards around who show you in. And this is clearly not court in session, but it is kind of like court to seek redress, or like there's, you know,
Court adjacent.
It's the sort of time where like holding court in terms of the peasants would be able to come and talk to the king. It's the best way to kind of like be able to get an audience. And actually you see at the throne end, there's the High King's chair, and then there is 3 chairs either side, each for one of the other kingdoms, and then one for the heir apparent.
Is there a chair below that for somebody to shout order?
No, there's a podium though. There is a podium that someone can like direct through. Although it's very the other chairs aren't populated right now. It is just the High King, and he seems to be. You come into him sort of being spoken to by a merchant about a loss of shipment due to the Blood River, and is seeking recompense from the what's it called? Reimbursement from the crown.
Say recompense is probably better.
Recompense probably
compensation.
Was. Yeah, recompense is probably correct. So yeah, but yeah, I think this is the first time you've actually seen the High King, is it not?
I don't remember seeing him before.
I think this is the first time. So in front of you sits High King Gilliman II. He's
he was at the summit.
Yes, so he would know you. That's true. Yes, so after some of the peasantry are done speaking, it's finally your turn to try and speak to him. And he notices you before you get to him, and he just kind of cuts the point as, this is a private matter, yes?
Nod.
Steward, the room is yours. I am taking a private meeting. Come.
What kind of when he saw us, what kind of like facial expression was he giving? Like, is he, because obviously we set up the summit and a bunch of people died at it, and he had to flee for his life, and it's not really something the High King terribly enjoys doing. Is he, did it look like he had a good kind of vibe on him when he saw us, or oh, these fuckers?
Give me
kind
an
of thing.
insight
Like,
check.
As I was understood, we have something of a
8.
a reputation around here as being troublemakers. Wherever we go, trouble follows.
I think that would be a good way of describing it. It was a look of, he knew this was serious. Instantaneously.
Oh shit, not again. What this time?
It was just kind of a thing of like, why are you queued up? Oh, okay, you need to speak to me. Right, let's...
Oh, Ruby will do the official Nardothelian bow as she is a noble.
He's in like a what looks to be like a padded set of padded clothes with like a big well, no, it's not a heavy fur coat, so it's a light cloak because it's getting quite summery now. But he basically fills up as he goes to leave this throne, he fills up his wine before walking. And you follow. With you is and your escort. Kind of points out like the very obvious guard with the king is sorry guys, yes, sorry, my brain is frazzled right now. It's not verbalizing the thoughts very well. Yes, Perkram's there, and Perkram is in like a deep blue painted plate armor. Like there's no shine to it. It's like been heavily painted to produce the shine. It's kind of almost like a blackish blue with thin patterning, and then like a royal guard sort of sash. Long sword at his hip. The king didn't look to be armed.
Okay.
But you follow. And just before you go in, your escort goes, "Do you need me in there with you, or shall I get to work on other matters?"
I think you have other things you can do.
Very
I
well.
don't think he was asking us.
He was.
Oh, he was?
Yes.
Oh, our escort. Sorry, I thought you meant Perkram was asking the king.
No, not Perkram. This is
okay.
your escort, as in the Rouge.
Galmentian?
The Rouge.
No,
the
Garrosh?
red guy. The Garrett.
Garrosh.
Garrett. Gavroche, yes. Because little people know.
Wait, Garrett? No, Garrett was the Chevalier guy that was protecting the slain saint.
Yes. Him. The person
That's
you've
him?
been with the
Okay.
entire time today. That my brain forgot the name of, and I've just been calling him the Rouge.
Rouge man.
First name Malin.
Yeah, the ginger guy. Okay. He nods and kind of shakes your hand and says, "Thank you again for what you've done. Good luck." He walks off. So you are led into what seems to be like a private study, slightly off of the main thoroughfare from this central greeting chamber, this meeting chamber. And clearly, this is where the High King goes very often to take a break from dealing with matters of state. It is comfy but formal. The head of the guard stays by the door and allows you all to progress in. The High King sits in kind of like it's kind of a throne, but it's not a throne. It's not regal inside, but it is kind of a central chair.
Door soundproof?
Yes, this is a very private chamber. There's...
Oh, thank you. I'm sure.
You look at this. This room looks like where small council would be held.
Sure.
So there's like, he is at like the head of a arranged set of seating. There is a small table in the middle, but the chairs are so spaced apart that it's like they're not round the table. And it is like there are clearly some smaller thrones with other seats lined in. So this would be probably where that council of 15 would be taken. But it's a very like warm and furnished room. It's like council seat, nice window on the far end out into what seems to be an interior courtyard, but you're a story up. And then it's like, you know, nice statues, furnished like a chaland and like a fruit bowl and a small thing with like wine and drinks on it. And no one else is in here. It's just you three, the High King, and the High King's bodyguard.
Is this room protected from scrying by chance?
But of course.
Okay.
Good.
So first off, let me be the first one to say we apologize for what happened at the summit. The things you had to deal with were far beyond even what we had anticipated.
No, it was a calculated risk on all parts. We knew what we were getting into. Especially meeting with enemies, though. It was not the enemies we expected things to go wrong through that. We live in some of the hardest times I'm yet to have known. Historical or otherwise, things happen. And
Well,
I'm a pragmatic man. I do not hold it against you. But forgive me for not being jubilated by seeing you in my study, or in my chambers.
Yeah.
Well, we actually have somewhat
We have good news. We have good news. We
have
actually do.
news that, if actioned upon, is great news.
He
So,
downs the small goblet of wine he had. Well, by all means.
we started investigating the source of where the tainted blood silver was coming from and how that tied into the blood wave that washed over our fair city and cost the life of our living saint. We tracked it down to a keep inside the abyss. We got there through a portal secreted in a farmhouse about half a day outside the city. We destroyed one of the factories inside of it, where a good chunk of the blood silver was being made. However, the actual keep itself is further than our small group was able to actually get to, without causing a lot of extraordinary risk. We got back yesterday. We left almost 2 weeks ago, your time. Time works a little differently in the Abyss.
I know you left on the day of the attack.
The day after, I think, actually.
I was told
The
the
morning.
day of, but yes.
The morning after, either way. When we got back, the first thing that happened was somebody tried to assassinate us. This person, okay, I know, work with me here, wanted to close the portal, so they knew about the portal. That's one issue. They were signed with the intent to lock us specifically on that side of the portal, the other side, which means they knew we were there. I think you're seeing the problem now. They had a letter, and she'll pull it out and hand it to him. That was signed P, which, as we could tell, is about 4 members of the inner court who knew.
Oh, I wish you hadn't said that out loud.
It's soundproof.
One of the guys is in the room with us. Perkram is in the room with us.
I thought he was outside. That's why I didn't say anything. That's why I asked specifically.
No, the King's bodyguard is waiting at the door in the room.
I'm sorry. I thought he was waiting outside the door.
He wouldn't leave you alone.
Oh, that's why you asked about the soundproof.
That's why I asked about the soundproof.
Perkram is in.
Okay. No. Then I will backtrack everything up to that point and still hand the king the note.
Sure.
The list of people who knew that we had gone to the Abyss via this portal is not an extensive one. And the assassin told us that it was the person who had hired him to do this was a member of the court, the High Court.
He lifts his head over you. Perkram, see about tripling the guard. I'll be fine with these. He just nods, you get that sort of soldieric boot clap together, and a nod, and he leaves the chamber, the door, and then waits for the door shut. Yes, the court magister told me of your departure apparently before you left, but that is digress. And yes, as far as I know, only the High Court know. That has to be said, though. What the other kings may do with the information, or what other members of the court might do in their direct circles, is, outside of that. But they were under strict command to keep it as close to the chest as possible. So I do see your concern. And I take it you've come to the same conclusion as I, that there are only 4 members of the court that directly meet this initial.
There are.
Unless it is something of a nickname.
Yeah.
Additionally, the portal is currently sealed and will remain so for the next week. whoever the assassin they hired had some sort of mechanism specifically related to knowing how to close portals.
Well, there's one person locally that, the Magister is the expert on that sort of magic. He would be one to ask about the device or extending it or breaking it should we need to.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't remember. It's the guy you've met who you asked about the cube, the companion cubes.
It's the High Magister.
Yeah, his name. I don't remember what his name was.
Again, nor do I. I'm having trouble accessing my notes right now. I have been today, so do forgive me, guys. I will go back.
The only name I've got in my notes that I don't know where it comes from is Galmentian.
Oh, that might be him? Galmentian? Might be Galmentian.
No, wasn't Galmentian the guy we met while we were traveling through Time Warp Islands? Because the name that we constantly kept changing over and over and over again.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I wrote that name on the same day that I wrote like some prophecy that we heard on the island.
Yep. No. Then yes. Yeah. That was Island Guide that you wanted.
Haven't looked into what happened to him, by the way. Been too busy.
Bro's become like the most famous cartographer of all time.
No, I'm trying. What was his name? It wasn't. It was an Azdakian name. He's an Azdakian guy.
Yeah, that was the other reason. Because he's from the Azdakian Caliphate.
Yeah.
Because he's a member of the order that was protecting one of the other vestiges.
Yes. Yeah. He's part of the Brailian order, isn't he? I will rewatch the episodes and find that name because I've been having a lot of trouble with my notes recently.
So, we've spoken with him as well, as we wanted more information about one of the lodestones that have been used as responsible for the attack on the city itself. Which leads us to another potential connection of who would have access to lodestones, who would have access to this initial potentially, and this is more nebulous in the air. Whoever knew about this also knew that the portal was there. They knew about this farmhouse. They knew exactly how this connection was being made, so they were aware of the more interpersonal connections of what the attack on the city. So were any of these individuals very conveniently placed in a position where they would not have been in danger when all of this occurred?
When the attack happened, we were in court. We were all together, so...
And the attack itself, this is more checking memory. The attack itself didn't actually reach the high key. Was it that protected because of the sacrifice of the saint?
No. So the palace was protected by its own both manual of like the guards putting down like sandbags and stuff to stop the blood and closing the gates and closing doors and stuff, but also its own magic, its own mages kind of did a lot of protection. It was the Living Saint then protected and cleansed the city eventually. So so the Living Saint is on like a hill. Was on a hill above the city. The High King is on a man-made hill at the base of that hill, still like not as high as the gods and high as like, because the idea is you walk up to become the most pious you possibly can. But it's still at an elevated position over the city, over another side. It's don't know if you've ever seen like the Temple of Jupiter Maximus in like Rome, the idea of, and like Optimus Maximus, and it was like the whole where they'd have like man-made levels to the city where they'd essentially landscape entire hill. It's kind of that for this. So it's on its like own, the citadel of the city is like on its own slightly elevated man-made wall system, defensive system, and was very easy to protect. So the complex essentially got locked down instantaneously. So anyone inside would have been pretty much safe. And anyone in the council might have known that.
Yeah. But that is the information that we have to go with on that.
And it goes without saying that whoever this person is most likely towards almost certainly is a secret null worshipper.
Yes. The only person I can directly trust for sure, out of the information that I've been given, who has definitely been cleared from this, is the Magister. I would like to believe most of the kings are of good stature. However, we have had rebellion before. We are not. We're
aware.
My other high kings have been seized in the past. Murder is not.
Politics is politics. I'm not saying we're not worried about that, but that's not the thing. This is against the world, not against Nodethel.
I personally would trust Perkram with my life. I know I forced them out of the room. He can be a ruffle man. Perkram can be a ruffle man and take accusation badly. But he is a soldier through and through, and I do not think he... Put it this way. His blind loyalty to me is a soldier's loyalty, and I do not... Could be naive, but I do not believe that he would have the cunning to be able to pull this off.
I also don't think the letter P is essentially any kind of smoking gun. It could easily be a nickname, a moniker, a title within this Nullian cult.
True.
I mean, the only solution is to do a zone of truth on all of them, and anybody who resists. Not exactly political, but it would get the answers.
He kind of sits back in his throne and kind of rubs his face a bit while he mulls it over. The problem with Zone of Truth is it is only as strong as the caster.
Right, but if somebody resists the spell, the caster knows about it.
Yes, and it would also be, members of court have resistance to magic items if there are. It would take a lot of trust for them all to disarm themselves in such a way in front of what could be traitors. It's doable.
It's all politics. They could see this. Any one of them could see this as a way means to get them to confess to any number of other things that they may or may not have done. And
good. It'd be a little honesty. You'd go better into this fucking world. But anyway,
I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying that it is off the table. I feel like it would be easier to. I feel like we need to know where to direct the questions. Because forgive me if I'm incorrect, but with Zone of Truth, people can just choose not to answer, no?
Yeah.
Well, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for who, if you don't answer, if you lie, we'll know, and if you resist, we know. It's a case of, if you have nothing to hide, say so. Only those who do have something to hide should be compelled for the truth. And we're not asking about extramarital affairs. We're not asking about dirt and other lords. We're asking, did you hire an assassin to close a portal and then lock the heroes of Elendor on the other side of it? That's a world-ending threat.
No, I know, but...
Be politically difficult.
Fuck the politics! If we don't get this problem solved, we're gonna have a bigger problem on hand. The world ending. Okay. Ruby's getting heated if you can't tell.
Yes, and the king is trying not to join in that. Put it this way. You would be asking the most powerful people in Netherthel to disarm themselves in front of a possible traitor who, for all intents and purposes, may still choose to resist.
We'll be there.
And if there's anything to go by anything that has been happened, they are zealots willing to die.
They may die.
Yes, but how many of us do they take with them? In such a
Two people in the
fragile
world.
time.
We can't do it quietly one by one. Word will get out pretty quick. We're not going to do a perk room because you obviously trust him. He should still be done anyway. But if I were to bet money, you're
Peace of
looking
mind,
at
of course, still do.
I mean, somebody with some money, as it was Sir Percival Gaunt, is the one with the Master of Coin. That person could easily hide Blackmark assassins and whatever levies and taxes and bureaucracy.
It was 100 gold pieces, and we are dealing with a high court. I think anyone could find it in their coffers to afford that much.
But they probably used it before.
Yeah, who is there any way of knowing?
Look, Your Majesty, is every coin that levied for taxes and spent by the crown, is it inspected, verified, and audited?
Yes, and should be on the regular.
Should be on the regular. The person in charge of auditing these things is the Master of Coin, yes?
Yes. Whoever is the
So therefore, it would stand reason to think that if they had the skill to audit everything, they could also have the skill to ignore something or to hide something.
You're assuming that the 100 gold was spent out of
Would you? Why would
noble
you spend-
coffers. Why wouldn't you just spend your own money? These are all individuals who are also personally wealthy.
Also, it could be some. If it is the Nullian cult coffers instead of kingdom coffers.
That's true.
If you are worried about people leaving the Citadel, we can do something about that. To give you time to maneuver. I can
We
say
need
the
to have-
news that you've brought has required us to keep chamber in private. No one in, no one out, without my express say-so. Or under my direct order. Let the local governance deal with it. Let the church run the city for a while. Whilst we sort a direct threat. It would not be unheard of considering what has just happened either. If we arm it in the way of set it in the way of an extra threat. Sure, the traitor would know, but if they start to run, then we have our answer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'd want to
it's-
run directly. Not right away. I'd be
It's
playing
not
too
even
many
a
of the
ruse,
cards.
but Either as we do need to organize some kind of response to. Well, another thing, the reason we came here as well is to potentially seek aid in returning to the Abyss in a week's time to put down this Blood Fortress Nullian hellscape kind of situation. And going in with a few more friends than just us three would be something we'd want to do. So, I mean,
I
that's going
agree.
to take a week.
On to that topic. Subterfuge. I do not think we could march in subterfuge aside. I do not think we could. How big did you say the portal was? And it was on the 3rd floor of a farmhouse?
Yeah,
Yeah.
As much as we try, we're not getting an army in there. However, a group of 20 very well-trained individuals placed in the right place.
definitely more of what we were thinking of.
Yes. A lot of our forces are north, but there are some very skilled individuals in the city and around that we could recall easily.
And I was going to offer a concept into that. You may be aware that right now the Eladrin Empire and the Rian are forming a joint operation to attack a dragon island to the far north. I'm not expecting you to post A to that, but if you were to call these individuals under the pretense that you were going to add them to the forces being sent to that could explain why they are being gathered.
Well, we are sending forces. This is partially what I was saying. So I'm trying to, in my head, pull from the people who aren't already halfway there or already camped up north ready. We are not turning away from our allies anytime soon. Not with the threats going on. But we did pull a lot home because of the... well, you saw it. You were here. So there are people around.
A group of 20 to go through the portal. A group of maybe a dozen to guard the farmhouse while we are gone.
Would it be worth sending a group to the farmhouse now?
Yes.
Is there somewhere outside you trust handle this? Selecting the group, etc. If we are to go on the pretenses of shutting down the citadel, it would need to be someone outside of the citadel.
The guy we just were with.
The Garrett.
Garrett, yeah. The Rouge. We trust Garrett. The ones guarding the citadel, guarding the farmhouse, don't send the absolute best there because we want them to come into the abyss with us. A group of loyal, relatively well-trained is we need the best with us.
You might also look at the Order of the Withered Hand, or whatever the order of that was. The order that they used the undead. It was the one. There was they were the first looking over Sir Skeevy gives out blood silver.
Yes, sure.
That name I still don't know if we've gotten the official name of what they were actually called.
Yeah, we did ages ago. Yeah, I know the ones. The ones with the black rose as their symbol.
Yeah, that's them.
Yeah. God, I'm. I need to just watch this entire arc again to just pick out the names that I've given, because essentially is what's happened. My notes thing for this section went bye-bye in a Windows update. So I'm it's down to whatever name I can remember at the time. Also,
I don't have it.
The Montelier, friend of yours, was looking for you.
Sir Elwyn?
Mm-hmm. Person who brought you in on this little affair. We could very much get a group from that order of knights. The ones who work directly for me. We could send them to protect the farmhouse. But I was thinking of maybe bringing Elwyn in to help with our current situation.
If I would think of anyone who might... If there's anybody who might be trustworthy to do that, he would certainly be near the top of the list. On that note as well, though less important, we also came across a patrol of ordered knights that had been killed by something. Who the hell knows? Whether it was cultists, demons, or the like, impossible to say. Much of their belongings are still in my possession, and I would see them return to the proper orders that they belong to. If we could spare a moment for me to speak with the historian so these could properly be delineated to where they need to go, I would personally see to it. I just need to know whom I'm sending this to.
That can absolutely be done. Thank you. Okay.
Perhaps we can find some good faith, and we'll see those who want to take up a new challenge themselves.
He reaches over to the side of his chair and flicks up he picks up what looks to be a sending stone. I'm going to... Well, do we want Elwyn here, or do we want to send him to the farmhouse?
The sooner we secure the farmhouse, I think that might be the better idea. He'll be quick to pick up on what we're doing if he's there already.
I'll task him. I will also begin the lockdown of the citadel and gather the council, get the peasantry out while I can. If you would like to catch up with the Magister, he's been continuing the investigation into the missing portal cubes, for lack of a better term, lodestones. He might have more information on who would have access to to be able to steal them. He might have been able to do more research since you've been gone.
Right.
Is there anything else? If not, I will see you back here in an hour. I will hold small council and
Sorry, it wasn't covered. We actually didn't mention this at all. This is really important information. The threat that was coming about with the plagues that were spreading, I'm sure that you were made aware that it was responsible for blood silver that had been passed around to the masses through the use of it. We believe that the foundry where this was being created has been destroyed. So hopefully that will dramatically decrease any threats or otherwise problems that arise from such a thing.
We hold on to that information. I feel like we could sell that as part of the threat as to why we're closing the gates, but thank you.
Was there not more than one foundry?
I mean, we don't know, but I mean...
It was theorized, yes, but the most recent shipment you guys definitely destroyed. Like,
Yeah,
you destroyed a lot of
the guy
stock
that we
and stuff.
met at the factory on the roof said there was multiple.
Yes. Yes, but this, from the information that you gathered, like, you destroyed the next shipment that was due to go out.
Right, okay.
So, like, you bought a lot of time. Plus, also, now the enemy know that they've been fully rumbled. There's a chance that, like, those factories have been repurposed or eliminated. But, okay. Meet back here in an hour. I will hold council. We're dismissed. So,
here we go.
Yeah.
Are you going to check in with the Magister?
If we only have an hour, it seems like the most reasonable thing to do.
Sure. It doesn't take you long to cross the... Essentially, you go outside, cross the courtyard, go into like one of the winged buildings. It's like one of those large buildings that's part of the castle built into the wall, like across a courtyard. And you very much find the High Magister of the court. Again, it's that and Azdakian man, shaved, like down to almost bald head. This time, he seems to be in more. Last time you saw him in like long flowing green robes. This time he's in like what you would expect Zep to be wearing, kind of like work overalls for forging. And it seems that he is like over what seems to be lab equipment, working with what looks to be like acids and chemicals. He doesn't notice you come in, like his back is turned to you.
Oh. New Magister?
You have returned finally.
We were a little preoccupied. Lost track of time.
He flicks a like eyeglass over his existing like goggles, which look to be more like protection from splashing sort of goggles, like more like lab goggles. And he puts over there and he goes, and then he kind of just taps your plate armor, Breton, with what looks to be a tuning fork. I like looks of the resonation. He goes, "You're in the abyss."
Yeah, we were.
No need to insight check him. I think he's in the clear.
Well,
Honestly, there was a 50-50 on that coming back. It's like, you were in the heavens? What the fuck? Like, he is wearing blessed plate armor of,
that's true. You are. Of Ayer.
Yeah. So it's not Hayer, that's a different one. It's Ayer.
Yeah. It's
Hayer
Hayer
by
by...
Tafriel on.
yeah, so it's just there's a smell on you. Not quite smell, but aura of where you've been.
A vibe.
Transitive magics tends to leave its mark in the same way that you could track a teleport. So, how was it? What did you see? What was the plane like?
Vile. Hateful, detestable.
Would you be able to put it in...
A sea of endless red grass split apart by bone mountains carving themselves to the sky, an eternal redness above the atmosphere, and a pervading sense of evil.
As you start speaking, he like begins to like just find note paper and starts writing things down. And it's like, yes. And did you see giant demons with proboscises?
Yes.
I'll do a minor image of it.
Yeah, Chasme. Yes, we saw them. However, this was not the source. It was kind of a path to. We did destroy a factory made out of a living worm thing. Turns out when you drop a Vorpal dagger inside the machinery, it kind of kills it.
What in the Jabberwocky? Oh, well, okay,
We weren't in Wonderland.
Or in the old world of Warhammer, I think there's also Jabberwockies there, too.
Either way.
Yeah, some beastman thing.
Okay. Well, I don't think I've ever had a first-hand description of that plane, but thank you. Your words.
It was, however,
Have
adjacent to
of
the Sea of Blood.
Is a transitive plane to another? Huh.
Yes, as I said before, this was. I mean, it was where they were making the blood silver, but it was not where the orders were coming from. There was another portal that we could not get to. That was where the big bads were all hanging out, we presume.
Damn it! I doubt. So you didn't see. Damn it!
See who?
Oh,
well,
the plane. I was hoping for a description.
I wanted to get to it, but I was literally out of spell slots and...
Oh, it's no, it's quite remarkable that you're even alive now. The abyss
well,
is
we
no
plan
joke.
to go back in a week. Would you like to come with us? I'm not joking. We need to go back in a week's time and make an assault on a bastion that is sending out the orders to create this blood silver in a Nullian stronghold, and we need the best help that we can possibly get.
And it's not even my birthday.
I'll take that as a yes.
You asked me, a master of the planes, to shift planes with you, to destroy a great evil that has been besetting us all for
You will hold out a rock to him,
for
by the way.
hundreds upon hundreds of years. If it is not my scientific mind that would send me, it was my divine oath. You could not stop me if you tried. I would put you in your own demi-plane and fuck off before you even got near me.
Okay.
You
well,
understand that?
So you have that's an enthusiastic yes. Then.
It is.
So, ignoring the fact that you couldn't do any of those things to us if you tried.
And the context of that would literally impede the progress of what you were trying to do, but we'll be fine about that.
She'll hold out a rock to him. This is from the plane.
His eyes like widen.
To make your trip a little bit easier.
I think he wants to keep it as a souvenir.
I'm giving it to him.
I could.
Plane shift there with it, yes.
Well, plane shifting doesn't. Yes, but we'd need. I could turn this into a tuning mechanism for sure. It would certainly help.
I don't have the capacity to do a plane shift yet. I was working towards it.
He puts on gloves and then like very carefully takes it away from you and puts it on this sort of.
Imagine it's also covered in like some salt and some other spices that have been in her bag.
And then it's like he puts it on a pedestal which just levitates it in place.
Yeah.
I have not. If the world wasn't ending, I would be taking you all to dinner for making me so happy today.
We have a week.
Sorry. Well, true.
I'm never gonna turn down a free meal.
Yes. Last time you were here, last time we were here, we discovered he points to the damaged lodestone. I've been trying to trace whom had access to it. I've been trying to be very delicate around the High King because the only members of the court who would have direct access to where this was stored would be those within the High Court. I have yet to break this to the king, but now that you're here, maybe we could try and breach the subject that there could be a traitor among the court.
We're way ahead of you on that one.
We know.
Oh, well,
An assassin was sent to close the portal after, while we were still in it. We got out before he got there. He attacked us. We subdued him. The portal that we went to get to.
It's a fixed portal.
Yes. It's about a day's ride away.
Not even half days in a farmhouse.
We flew.
I didn't sense it.
It can be turned on and off.
It can also be hidden.
That is.
I will do minor image of the portal.
Wow. That is spectacular. Such craftsmanship.
Her charred hands.
Such craftsmanship. Such.
Yeah, it sucks your hands into a void portal and burns the shit out of them, and then opens the portal.
It steals your gloves.
It stole my gloves!
Well defended.
Speaking of, I need to get myself some more gloves.
A day's ride away?
About a day's ride. Half a day if you're flying.
That is...
Snaps fingers in front of him.
And you say it's been blocked now? There's you.
Yes.
Minor image of the stamp.
Breton will just pull out the stamp because we should still have the non-functioning stamp.
It dissolved. It
did dissolve. Never mind then.
It disintegrated upon use.
Yeah.
Yes, the assassin held a stamp that once we applied to it, locked it down, along with all teleportation within its range.
Why do I? He looks at it and he's just like starts rubbing his face.
Do you know where these come from? Minor image of stamp.
Let me guess, who helped use them with the lodestones?
He opens a drawer. Just size.
So, whoever
Any
has
chance you have
access...
serial numbers on those?
So These are something I designed before I worked in the court. This was back when I was just a practicing mage. I still make them from time to time, but I do not. I used to sell these out of my lab before I was... This is my discovery that got me to the position I'm in. The ability to block teleportation and magics from the plane in a mundane item that could be used by any sort of hero or any paladin. It's the most
Or
useful.
assassin.
There was in the past stolen shipments, yes. Did you say that there were? Were these by chance, perchance, Blackmark assassins?
They were.
Yes.
Fucking Hugo.
So you know who did it?
Hugo who?
Schultz?
No, Hugo.
Hugo Stiglitz.
You call him Hugo.
Boss.
No, he is the most evil man.
Everybody knows Hugo
Um,
Stiglitz.
No, Hugo Strongarm. He is one of... Well, he's a fence, but he has good connections to the Blackmark assassins, who I will mark. They used to have a letter of marque from the High King to work and operate. They were a political asset for a long time. So they are old pedigree.
And they would have access to a bunch of these stamps.
They could easily. Put it this way. I once tracked Hugo. Hugo had found, air quotes, a load that had been stolen. I was trying to buy them back from him. He had already sold them on. So I'm guessing that the, 1,000 that I lost were picked up by the Blackmark assassins.
1,000, okay.
I was mass producing these for a long time. That was day in, day out making them. I made several hundreds. It's they're pretty decent.
How much you sell them for?
Depends on how long you'll need them to last. I made various forms. 24 hours was
a week.
A week?
Yeah, the one we have is lasting a week.
I think that would have been about, back in the day, would have been about 125 gold.
The guy got paid 100 gold to use it.
It's a cheap assassin.
I mean, that's what they've found a way to remanufacture what I had already. So
Can we show
them
him the contract? Not much of a contract. Can they show him the letter?
Yeah. Sure.
Oh,
Is there any way through your magics you can figure out who wrote this? It's not any kind of magic that I or Ruby has access to.
it also looks like it was written with a false hand, like a right-handed person writing with the left hand. So it's entirely possible to think that they didn't want to be discovered.
I might have a way. Lady Sunderstar, you are familiar with spell components? Yes?
Sure.
Can you go into that, to the drawer over there and find me 250 gold's worth of incense?
She will go do so. Ooh, lavender.
Where did I leave my ivory strips?
She will lay the incense out on the table.
Sure. He's gonna basically he's gonna gather the components for a Legend Lord spell.
Okay.
I don't know what that
This-
is, but okay.
We need James is what we need.
But was it... Yeah, but James's thing was only
Tragedy.
seeing tragedy. Was this guy going through tragedy when he wrote? I suppose a right-handed person writing with their left hand is a tragedy in and of itself, but my handwriting's bad enough with my right hand. Trying my left, absolutely fucked.
Now, this is going to be the success that rides on this understanding is going to be defined by how important those in the great beyond believe this to be. So, if any of you are the praying type and want to just put in a good word, might help.
I'll put the blindfold down and offer a prayer to Caphriel. Ask her to be. This is a very lawful acquiring of evidence that will help to rid the world of specifically evil, chaotic forces. Therefore, it would be a very good thing if this was to be successful.
Mm-hmm. And he begins to cast the spell. Just give me a religion. Sweeten that deal.
Ever done with it. Literally the very first time.
I don't think so. I think I've made you roll it before.
14.
Okay.
Why is religion intelligence?
Smart.
Smart people are religious.
Religious people.
No, it's because it's remembering things about religion. It's
It's a memory thing.
Yeah. It's more, it should be like religion law, kind of, but it can be used interchangeably. It's kind of the...
Am I not persuading Caphriel?
Go on then, I'll let you roll it.
I was joking. I've already rolled, so 14.
Fair enough. Hmm. After 10 minutes pass, which is the time to cast this spell, the High Magister looks dejected. I do not think I got much more in the way of information. He's gonna make a roll.
Is there any way I could provide assistance with this?
Ask a god.
Not really my thing.
Just because the fucking divine and their fucking riddles. From what I can ascertain, the first line was marked by a hand not of their own, so I'm guessing try to mask their handwriting in some way. A friend in high place guarding their own. Would
Do you have a copy of that spell as a scroll?
Legend law? Yeah. You need monetary items to commit to it. But he finds you a scroll. I'm trying to parcel the information in a less shitty fashion. Basically, I think it said that someone in a high place or office wrote this, either using their own hand or someone else's that they ordered. And then a warning ended finding this answer was paramount. Or leave a kingdom without king, with king here without. So basically, we need to find out who's doing this, or I think
The king dies.
I think they're going to try and kill the High King.
Golly, shocker. Do you have more of the incense and the strips? I would like to try to do the spell as well.
I mean, I've got
I have more. I might have more context for what's going on because I've been more involved with it.
The strips are not consumed. The incense is. He hands over the ivory strips. Be delicate. They were my mother's. And then he.
What's an ivory strip?
Like a strip of ivory.
Uh-huh.
She will attempt to cast a spell through the scroll.
And he's looking for more incense. He's got it. Okay. It is not I don't think this is a spell known to you, is it?
It's not, but I have the caster level required.
You do. Roll me an Arcana check, please. Just generally, anyway. You should be fine.
Oh. 22.
Sure. So yeah, this is the 5th level. You take 10 more minutes. What are you describing as the person, place, or object that you're trying to ascertain the legend lore from, just from this piece of paper?
Everything that is written has an intent behind it. She gets the intent was to lock her and her friends in the abyss. But that intent must have gone further beyond. She's trying to discern who would have such an intent. She is aware that there is a cult of Null, actively engaged, and that she has tracked them down for the past few days for her, but months for everybody else, and has evolved this entire conspiracy with what's going on in the world, all the way from beginning to the end.
So what I'm trying to ascertain is, are you trying to describe the person? Like, are you trying to ascertain information about the person behind it, or the letter itself? Okay.
The person behind it.
Sure. Okay. While this is happening, Valymr or Breton, are you guys doing anything?
Breton was trying to look at the riddle that we've been given and trying to make sure he's getting the wording right. Because he was very, very, very flippant in the way that he was delivering what message he had been received.
Sure. It was in a servant's hand, not of their own. In an evildoer's attempt to disband the throne. Someone, a friend in high place, who armed this plot. And then it ended with a warning about, if not found, the king would be where there with not, which basically means they're gonna try and kill the king.
Okay. The
Probably.
subtext there is very different when you use the actual words.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess if it'll help Breton didn't say a prayer last time. He'll say a prayer to
Sure.
the Chevaliant, basically enticing them that therein lies a threat to the very dynasty which their legends have served and lived to represent for time on ages, and that should this not be delved into properly, then they may see an ending of what they very much will have been aside for their existence.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, give me that religion. And Ruby,
Oh, come on.
give me an Arcana check to try and guide this, because the problem is you don't directly have knowledge of the entity or individual that you're trying to guide this at, which poses a problem for the spell.
Okay. 9, but I'm going to use favored by the gods.
Also, Breton, you do have advantage from getting the question right at the start of the session. If you wanted to.
You do have inspiration, that's true.
Sure, we'll re-roll that and see if it helps.
I add 6 to my total. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21,
Let's say
22.
20 then.
23 for me.
22.
And a 20 from Breton.
16 plus 6 is 22.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah. And a 20 from Breton. Okay.
He rolled persuasion the second time. I think it's 18 from Breton. Rolled the wrong one.
No.
I will need a moment to inject some lore into this scenario.
I'll use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
No worries. So, talk amongst yourselves while I write out this figurative language lore.
I'm the only one left. Oh wait, Brett's come back.
Yeah, the riddle doesn't do a lot to help us.
Stuff we already know, plus they're going to try and kill the king, which is like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not exactly the most surprising thing in the world.
It says in a servant's hand, not of their own. We assume that it was written in the offhand, but it's also possible that they delegated this to another person, which would imply that whomever is working for these odds is working with more than one person. In an evildoer's attempt to disband the throne, well, that's not really a mystery. That's just telling us what they're doing. A friend in high place who armed this plot, we know it's a member of the High Council. We kind of have an idea of where they're coming from, and if they're not found, the king will be there with naught. Yeah, that's really just tying back into the disbanding there, isn't it?
Does the king have an heir?
It's elected from the other kings.
So
The kings are all elected, technically is their full title. It's a Holy Roman Empire job.
Implies more than just killing the king. Then it's stopping anyone else from being elected. to the kingdom as well?
Technically, anyone who descended from constitutionally in the kingdoms of the Netherfell, anyone descended from the original 5 brothers and descendants of Netherfell can be elected if their lineage can be proven. The king electors tend to only ever vote for king electors because their lineage, or like sons of king electors if they're old. So, for example, the current king of Othray so Othray is the only kingdom that is different. The rest are autocratic monarchy, so they're all just one royal family has been going all the time, sort of thing. Othray is different because there's 3 families that tend to get rotated in because their sub-kingdom's also an elective. The current High King is cousins with the King of Othray. And it was the current King of Othray's father that was the swaying vote that elected Gilliman. So by blood, technically the High King is also from Othray.
Okay.
I return. Sorry about that.
Right.
Am I also a cousin of the king?
No, you're new money.
Yeah, no, I'm related to Rhaenian royalty.
Rhaenian and technically, by distance, the Grand Duke.
I'm like 37th in line.
How far back it goes, I think you're a lot farther out than that.
I think we said like 16th, like generation-wise, 16 generations, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I cast in my spell. Ba 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 da da ba ba da ba.
Actually, do you want to pass on that line? I don't know if you just caught that information I shared.
I heard everything he said.
Okay, cool.
Headphones, baby, they go where I go. Except outside.
You guys rolled well, so I'm trying to give you more information in a cryptic manner. And it's forcing...
Legend lore is a very tough spell to do on the spot.
Yes, it is. It is very much so.
This will be like, you will meet a man in a blue suit on Tuesday. Suit of what?
Of all the spells in D&D, very few of them actually describe the effects of the spell in the spell or give you an example of what you might do in the spell. Legend lore literally gives you a little story inside the spell to give you an idea of how the spell is supposed to work.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That is how complicated legend lore is as a spell.
I didn't know it existed. I just thought, magic probably could fix problem. Therefore, ask Magic Man to magic. Problem away.
You can't just fix everything with magic.
If so, the world would be fine.
Well, because if you can
ask
fix
about it,
everything
though.
with magic, then you can break everything with magic, and everything just gets worse because it's harder to fix things after they've been broken, even with magic. And I just described every fantasy setting in a nutshell in 15 words or less.
No harm in asking, though.
Do we just want to like call this session early and just let you have the whole week? Okay.
I've got one more line I want to try and... Again, I'm trying to squeeze in little tidbits.
Well, in other news, make sure you guys keep check with your personal doctors. If you listen to your body when you tell you something's wrong, go to the doctor.
Yes. Dear friends who may or may not have experienced some discomfort recently that should be doing that, but are vehemently against it because they have other issues. I don't know if anybody else is listening that are in that circle, but everybody out there, you should get checked up at least once a year. Like, that's just a good idea, especially as you start getting on like past your 30s. That's when those problems will creep up on you, and you just don't realize they're a problem. This has been your public service announcement from Component Cast.
Also, hydrate.
Hello, I've put it in Elendor discussions. Feel free to now read that out, Beth. Sorry for the shitty language. It's legend lore.
Black is the bastard that violates a name, in nulls reward a blood debt paid, a sack of coins to pay the debt, a blooded blade of greed beset, with turbulent wolves dance the vexed, one silent song will mark the next. I think I need a legend lore for my legend lore.
I cast Deobfuscate. What were these assassins called again? The black something, right?
Blackmark.
Blackmark. Black is the bastard of the violets.
So the Blackmark, they're called Blackmark assassins. You'd feel this because your body would be covered in it. Is because the poison they use leaves you covered in black marks.
He shot me in the stomach.
Blood debt paid. A sack of coins to pay the debt. A bloodied blade of greed beset. With turbulent wolves dance the vexed. One silent song will mark the next.
Yes.
Bastard is in, not an insult, but a born out of wedlock person. Does the king maybe have a hidden bastard? Maybe.
Are there any of the? Sorry.
The way you said this, Ruby, it's weird. It's almost like I'm reading it in a context that may not there. Bastard there is capitalized, suggesting it's a name.
Are there any nobles in the court that are currently having issues, perhaps legally, monetarily?
A blood debt isn't a money debt, though.
No, but with turbulent wolves dance the vexed, one silent song will mark the next. It suggests that some people who are troubled or tormented, vexed, being surrounded by or involved with dangerous predatory figures, the wolves. The silent song suggests a hidden or unspoken act, assassination, which will lead to the next victim or event in the cycle.
I do not have an in-depth knowledge of the personal finances of everyone at court. Master of Coinwood. If there is a bastard in the royal court, that is a secret well kept. As far as I'm aware, everyone is of royal law, noble law. There is one common stock, or 2 or 3 common stock, but that is myself, the royal head of the royal guard. We are the only 2 air quotes common, and even then, I believe. Well, I know my family; they are lovely people. I'm definitely not a bastard. I look splitting me and my sister are splitting images of each other. And I'm pretty sure
Bro's
my
getting
parents
very
married...
defensive here. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't need all that. I don't need all that.
The High King's man, he is his father was a lifelong soldier as well. They are not nobles, the closest thing.
How about the old Duke of Ate?
Old Duke of Ate? As far as I know, he's only met the man like 3-4 times.
Was he a bastard?
Not that I know of. Again, I'm probably not the...
He wasn't Nullian, was he? I don't think he was Nullian.
You would know.
No, this is her asking. Breton. Breton wasn't there. Valymr. I don't think he was.
Your dad was all in a Caloris.
No, but yeah, I'm trying to think of, in our relation, people who would hate us and also have a mark against the things that we have done. And the only person I could think of who in Nauthal we would have offended would be the Duke of Ate.
The very dead Duke of Ate.
Very dead. Well, null, dead is relative.
Death is relative. This is why I dislike the gods. Sometimes.
Oh, just this reason, huh?
They never write things down properly.
Seriously, where's the bookkeeper, sir?
I am pretty sure they just do this for kicks. They do. I get it. It's a challenge for us mortals to make ourselves more. What's it called? To make our achievements feel grandiose and better, and we learn from our actions. I get it. But geez, give us a break once in a while.
The literal world is on the line. Do I have to get this shit in iambic pentameter?
Do you have any idea who it is that gave you this lore when you reached out and did the spell?
No, it is. I'm a follower of Brayla. I probably got some influence from her, but with stuff like this, it's...
Really?
Yes, you know this. We had a conversation about this before.
It felt like it was so long ago.
It's fine. You have been through a lot. So, my family... Every time. There will obviously be some divine influence, but using a spell from a scroll such as that, it is... I'm not a cleric, I'm a wizard. Whilst I believe, I don't believe influential jazz hands.
Wasn't influential enough. If only they were jazzier.
At this point, there is a knock at the door.
Who is it?
So, you've all been called to court. The king has announcement.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Well, shall we?
Gotta cast a mage armor on sun.
Okay. So you walk back to the small council chamber. And...
She's gonna tap Breton. Death ward. Death ward. Breton?
You are led into...
Sorry, Breton is still looking at this riddle like there's going to be able to make some sense out of it.
She's gonna bonk him on the head. Death ward.
You even reach his head.
I got 6 feet tall. He's big, but he ain't that big.
7'7"?
So, you are led to the small council chamber. Which has about 15 people in it. The High King, the 5 current King Electors, the current heir, and then various members of the council, as well as the King's personal bodyguard, and a handful of it seems to be like one person who is there to take notes, or like sort of like the head chief scribe, probably not an influential voice on the council, but like someone who's just there to take the minutes of the meeting. And then there are legitimately only 2 guards posted at the door.
Cool.
And
Ruby's going to lower her true sight lens. Ting!
Cool. So that's so you're using the gem of seeing, yes?
Yep.
Okay.
Take a good look at everybody.
Okay. What are you trying to ascertain? Make a perception check.
Anybody there who's first off, if anybody there is shapeshifted, magical enchantments, things like that. Sorry, perception.
Any nullish aura, the vibes of null.
Perception. There we go. 17.
Okay. You pick up a secret door at the far end of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden behind a bookshelf.
Okay.
Everyone looks to be humans. There's no secret dragon or anything like hidden in the room.
Just checking.
No
secret undead.
Nope.
No invisibles.
No invisibles. It is a tightly kept chamber.
Ruby will lean over to Breton. There's a secret door behind the elevator, behind the bookshelf.
Probably an emergency exit in case of an attack.
Be more surprised if there wasn't one, to be honest.
Just letting you know.
Ruby will have death wall on her too. I was getting to it. It was taking me a second.
Yeah, no worries. So outside of the 5 high kings, the high king and the heir, there is the master of coin, master of ships. There's the high marshal, the high magister, who you are, and the last 2 are a high cleric, and then an individual that doesn't have a nameplate.
Is he a bastard?
They seem to be a they seem to be, like I said, a scribe of some sort. As the aforementioned, like I'm not sure if they're a monk or there's someone that's just a robed individual who's there to take notes. That is the only people. And then you again, so that's the 15 around the table, and then you've got the king's bodyguard stood 5 foot, 10 foot behind him, and then the 2 guards that opened the door for you have gone back out the front. No one else is in the chamber. There seems to be some extra chairs shuffled into certain gaps around the council meet for you all to sit at should you want to. But the hiking begins. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here after some concerning news has been brought to me by these fine adventurers, whom you all know very well. Of course, as well, someone else you obviously recognize as the King of Arthur is here. One of those. He's one of the kings.
Wave enthusiastically at him.
He gives you a smile.
Enthusiastic jazz hands. There we go.
And for our own protection and safety, I am going to be hereby locking down the citadel. Your personal retainers will be able to remain in your quarters, and he looks to the kings, and direct members of staff to you so that we can get the job done. All missives will go through myself. Nothing will be coming in or out of the castle without my say so. Lord Magister, you will be in charge of sending messages should anyone in court need to. And you entered with nods. We are under a direct threat from external forces. And whilst we are in this delicate stage of planning to rid ourselves of enemies once and for all, we need to take these extra precautions. I hope you all understand. And there is an agreeable murmur throughout everybody, sort of like a quiet, okay, we accept. Feel free to make insights on anyone at this point. Is there anyone you want to be checking out at this certain moment? Because they've all just learned that they're not allowed to leave the castle. So
I'm going to insight King P, the fella that dad we... Yeah, him.
Okay, Ruby, you said the Master of Coin. Okay. Breton, anyone you're particularly looking for? Or you trying to get a gauge of the group?
I guess he'll go for the... I guess he'll just hit the group in general.
Okay. Give me an insight, please.
I'm not super insightful as it is. 10.
It's a good read. It's one of those things for you, Breton. You get the idea, like I said. There are people who are more reluctant than others with the information they've just been given. Like, really? But it's a general agreement. Everyone's like, fine. We can deal with this. Valymr, you went for King P.
King P, yeah.
Yeah.
Poitiers.
He has been eye-fucking you since you got in. And not in the fun way. Well,
that's a read.
And not in a fun way.
My.
It's one of those things.
He's not best pleased.
He's not overly delighted to see you. Any of you.
Let's be honest. We're gonna spoil that right now. It was probably one of your siblings that killed his dad.
It was the big fuck off dragon.
Yeah, he died at the summit.
Okay, sure. He died. Okay, never mind. That would explain it. So it's not directly towards Valymr. It's towards us in general. Fair enough.
Yeah, he died at the summit.
That also explains why he's so pissed. We don't remember.
Yeah.
You ruined my family!
You didn't come to the funeral. Like, there was a massive state funeral.
We got
I'm sorry. We were dislocated from time.
I died.
You did die. Maybe that's how you rebond. You say, "Look, I died too."
Or did I die or just go unconscious?
I
don't remember this time. You've died.
James died, didn't he? Yeah.
James died.
James died. I don't think you died.
You definitely.
Yeah, I just went unconscious and then got dragged through a portal.
You were doing death saves. I know that for a second. And then Ruby, you went for the Master of Coin. There was clear frustration from them.
Frustration at the situation or frustrated in general?
Sexual frustration.
Yeah,
they're just so horned up and they can't go out to the brothels anymore. No, it was like they audibly tutted, but not loud enough that the High King picked up on it in a way of to call them out for it. But there was a kind of like they were pained by the news of not being able to leave.
But not so much at, like, oh, these motherfuckers are here.
Yeah, then it's not like they're averting their gaze from you or anything. It was more the fact of, like, clearly some sort of plan for them had just been ruined by the fact they can't leave anymore, or the fact that the High Magister is now we've got to, deal with all their messages, etc. There was just an anger there.
Sure.
As an extra precaution, I have invited our heroes here to join us in council. They are well respected by many of you, and we owe them a great thanks as a nation, after they have, as far as I have been told by the Magister, dealt with the portal that dealt with the bloodening, or whatever we're fucking calling it, that happened to the city. They're the ones that directly put a stop to it and gave the living saints the moments they needed to protect us once more. And for that, I feel like they have earned a place of trust between us in these dark times. So, welcome them. Do not hide from them. They are, for all intensive purposes, one of us. That is all I have for now. We will continue our normal... We will continue our scheduled going over of planning and information tomorrow. But for now, please return to your quarters or to working inside the Citadel. You will now no longer be permitted outside.
Is there anybody at this table who does not appear frustrated? Who is actually, if they're nonplussed or even have a smile on their face?
Sure.
That's a good question.
Very good question. Make a perception check.
Seven.
Any usages of anything else coming on in? Favored by the gods. You have the ability to
I'll do
reroll.
favored by the gods, add 2d4 to it.
You can also, I believe, reroll for sorcery points.
That's ability checks.
What did you just make?
Yeah,
That's
perception.
true. Oh, you
Perception check
fuck
is
it.
an
I'll do it
ability.
again.
That's for a thing that I just made. God damn it.
That's for exactly what I'm doing. What do you mean?
11 plus favored by the gods again. Can I do that? Let me check the thing real quick. I don't know if I can do that multiple
I don't
times.
remember how many times you get favored by the gods per day.
Yeah, I
at
don't
current
remember
level.
off the top of my head either.
Only once.
Oh, is it only once?
Oh,
Then never mind. Yeah. The reroll. I think you can reroll for as long as you've got
Short or long
sorcery
rest?
points.
I did re-roll. I got an 11.
Oh, an 11. The King of Arthray seems to be accepting.
I accepted that. Like, I knew that.
He's just maybe he's happy to see us.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the Sherlock Holmes theory of when a gun goes off, who acts normal kind of thing.
Who didn't react.
Who didn't react when they said that these are our friends, or didn't look annoyed, other than the King of Arthray, golden retriever of a character that he is.
Some other, some of the other kings, the King of Lord Lys, the Queen of Haveray, both were kind of accepting, and just like, okay. The not Shulters, not Haveray. The King of Lord Lu looks angry, but you're not sure if he came in angry.
Perpetually angry. He's the Doom guy.
The heir looked... You haven't seen the heir before. He didn't come to the summit. The heir apparent. In fact, the heir apparent has only relatively recently been chosen. I think that would have been post-summit. As normally they tend not to elect an heir unless there is, one, great risk on the High King's life, or two, the High King has already passed. It is a very ceremonial position that is normally used in times to raise stability. So it's one of those things of, yes, we will name an heir now because shit is hitting the fan. So this seems to be a man of... he looks to be of his mid to late 40s. And he's wearing like dark green robes with like a hint of white crossed through them. but no sort of royal insignia about him. Then the other person that reacted probably well would have been the Baronet, the Master of Ships. She was like, greeting. That's what I think you would get in terms of with that perception.
Sure.
You get the impression a lot of people have very, not indifference towards you, but it's one of those things of they're accepting the High King's word because despite everything, despite all the problems that Narthel's been having of late, of which there have been many, he's doing all right leading. He's a well-trusted king. He's actually, if you you would know this as a Narthelian yourself, he was one of the first kings to be elected almost unanimously for a long time.
Almost.
The almost there. Who didn't vote for him?
Haveray didn't, but Haveray for very, 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 very many years have been essentially the Sinn Féin vote, and been like, we don't pick. They abstain pretty much all the times.
I discovered that one of my family members' great-grandfather was in Sinn Féin.
That's fine. They're a political entity that is
not the good part.
Yeah, but all intents and purposes, right now they are a legal entity and they are allowed to be mentioned. It's not like me with actual traitor blood. It's a fun story. I'll tell you after.
Anyway, so the heir, where's he from? Has he done anything like?
You don't recognize him
at all? Like, who know where he's from?
It's not a lord that you've crossed paths with before.
But, like, not even what kingdom he's from?
By the dark green, you would guess Sholtes, because they tend to have a green motif. In the same way Othray seems to use blue. Sholtes is actually the next kingdom over, uses green heavily.
Does he look similar to Poitier's fella? Do they have any like?
Yeah,
they have
some. They have some familial similarity to him. The Poitier's guy is like 21. He is young king. This guy, like I said, is probably about 45.
Could he be like an uncle or something?
Could be an uncle. Could be a cousin. Could be. The thing is, he's not wearing any, like, even in their subtle attire, where they're just, like, sort of dressed down, you'll see in, like, the micro-stitching of a lot of these people. It's like, in the same way that, like, you'd see old French aristocrats when in their normal shirt, it would be, like, loads and loads and loads and loads of fleur-de-lis. They all sort of have some, like, sibilance of their heraldry somewhere. This guy doesn't. Just kind of going by colour. And a white, like, band in the design of the tunic. Cross.
So we're gonna call them out here, or is this a?
You mentioned something else there.
Sent back to their chambers,
Well, it's like it's kind of like you've been dismissed. You don't have to go right now, but we've thrown out all the peasants. Guards are gonna be patrolling everywhere. You can't go. Food will be brought to you. Dinner will be at 8. You know, it's kind of just. Here's what's happening. This is the inner. Put it this way: the king did it in a way of this is the inner circle in air quotes. These are the people that can be trusted. Is kind of the vibe he was going for.
You mentioned that the young King Pewters I, that he has pointed ears. Is he the only one of any elvish connection?
No, he's Poitiers.
Poitiers.
That's his name.
Poitiers.
Poitiers.
Yeah, that's
right.
It.
Yes.
That's his name.
Is he the only one with pointy ears?
No, there is kind of a little bit like a lot of the royal stock of. It's one of those things that Othray is one of the ones that don't have a lot of the pointy ears because there's been a lot of outer breeding, if that makes sense. Because Othray uses, like I said, the elective kingdom from 3 families or 3 descended families, but it tends to have a wider catch pool of genetics. Whereas because the higher kings of Nardathel have always been half elven in some way or a descendant of. There's that they're genetically in the D&D 5e setting human, but there's sharp features about them where you can tell.
Elven lineage.
Yes.
So basically, the nobility of Anbanar. They all have a bit of elf mixed in with them.
They've all got it, yeah. Yeah, they're like the Aragons. They've all got a little bit of that Numenor in them. That half-elven.
The Aragorns?
Yeah, because, that's what I said. They're all like... He's half-elven. It's of the half-elven line, isn't he?
Numenorian.
What I said.
Yeah, I think he does have a little bit of elf.
He's got elf in him as well.
When, though.
Yeah. That's why he lives so long.
He was one of the last.
Yeah.
If not the last, I believe.
He is a Numenorian.
He's
anyway.
a Isildur Zedaar, not a Isildur himself. But basically, it's like the High King made the announcement, said, this is the inner circle. These are the people we trust, including you guys in it. And now it's like, now people are like either having their own conversations or finishing their drink.
Ruby's going to slide up to the heir apparent.
Sure.
Hello.
Bonjour. He kind of looks at you and says, why did you extend...
Go back into Fionian then.
Yeah. Why did you extend the H on that hello?
Hello. Hi there, how we doing? Hi. How you doing? Let's just slide up to him. Hey there. Hello. And she'll sit down pretty much right in his bubble. She's not trying to hide the fact that she's right there. So
no wonder you've said hello 5 different times now.
Hello.
5 different ways as well.
So, I am more or less familiar with just about everybody in here because my dad is Edward Sunderstar and, Sunderstar family. But you, I don't recognize. Baron, shut up. Breton, shut up.
No, it's just the idea of like, hi, I'm going to introduce, my father was a traitor.
No, this is the family I'm from.
Very, very minor family in the kingdom.
I am the daughter of the guy that was a traitor, but I'm very well respected. It's just...
But I killed him. Well,
he killed you and didn't.
Yeah, no, he killed you. We killed him.
Destroyed my family. Yeah,
I know who you are, Lady Sunderstar. I know of your ordeals.
And I know nothing about you.
Yes, I was going to say I didn't see you at the naming. Now you're much closer. Feel free to make a perception check.
When was... Do we know when the naming was?
You haven't asked, but it was recent.
16.
16? You do notice a... signet ring on one of his thumbs. Which has a horse's head on it as a crest, but the horse is like got 2 heads and like a chain collar. And that is, again, Schultes is famed for like cavalrymen and horses. It's like where like a lot of horse breeding happens in Nardathel. But that's, again, not a direct royal symbol that you recognize. It's not like... It's not any of the king. It's not any of the minor lords or anything.
She's gonna subtle cast detect magic.
Okay.
And give this guy an up and down.
Sure. I mean, he's definitely got magical items on him.
Sure. Is the ring?
The ring is not.
Mm-hmm.
Mundane. Under his tunic, he seems to have a necklace that seems to be magical. And he has got a couple of other rings on his other hand that have magic to them.
What kind of magic enchantments are on them?
You see protection. On
Abjuration on all three of them?
You see abjuration, and... Gosh, let me get up the scores of magic. So, yeah, the rings are abjuration. The... necklace... seems to be transmutation.
I'm trying to go through my head of what magical item as a necklace would have transmutation as a read-off. I got nothing. Can I make an Arcana check for that?
Yeah, sure.
Could be lots of things. You still have sorcery points.
Number, roll that.
Oh, gosh, your rolls tonight. So for everybody listening, that's a 1 followed by a 2.
Nice.
I need my rolls to be good right now, game.
You would know... okay, you're a well-practitioned arcanist that you know that probably... transmutation magic is probably the second most popular following evocation. It is so many different things, all the way from
Prestidigitation?
Like featherfall and heat metal, all the
How
way
about
up to
non-detection?
polymorph, telekinesis, disintegrate. That's all transmutative.
Yeah.
Like, that's
non-detection would be divination.
Yeah, that would definitely.
It
be
literally could be a necklace that he uses to clean himself. Like prestidigitation is transmutation.
That's fine. I'm just trying to make sure this guy's not trying to hide who he is.
Well,
That
if he's hiding
disguise
who he was,
self
you'd
would
see
also
through
be
it.
there.
No, disguise self would be illusion.
Yeah.
Right.
Alter self would
Alter
be
self is the one I'm
transmutation.
thinking of. Yeah.
Like this could be a necklace that lets this guy breathe underwater.
Or walk on it.
or flesh
Okay,
to
sure,
stone,
whatever.
or like.
Okay, got it,
Yeah.
got it,
Yeah.
got it.
Very
Sure.
encompassing.
Sure. Very
So-
generic.
I'm trying my best, hopefully when this is all done, to get, Offray back into fighting shape and under the auspices of the Sunderstars once again. And the King of Offray is an extraordinary gentleman, but he is unfortunately kind of my only friend and ally politically out there. I'm trying to find some more, and the rest of these people know who I am. I don't know you, you don't know me correction, I don't know you at all, you apparently know me very well. I'd like to know more about the people around me, so I might discern who might be a good person to have around.
And you thought that using your new fame and fortune to get relatively cozy to the heir apparent would be a good idea. I understand. Well, whilst I do know who you are, we have not been acquainted before. And I am a promoter of meritocracy. Whilst I do not follow or think your father's later ideals meritful, the fact that he was a self-made man has weight. And I know that we are not beholden to those who made us. So, maybe once the time comes, we can sort an arrangement to help restore the Sunderstar estate in a more capable set of hands. But for that, we must introduce ourselves. You can call me Lord Lysander.
Lord Lysander. And she'll take out her journal and write that name down. Sorry, do you have a first name? Sorry.
That is my first name.
Oh, and last name? Surname? Tell you what, you just write that down for me. I don't want to spell the name wrong. And she'll hand him the pen and the book.
Sure.
Is he right or left-handed?
Odd request. He writes with his right hand.
Aha, we have him. He's now on the list with the other 90% of the human population. Or 85, I think it's like 15% for left-handed people.
My wife is. I call her a heathen. I call her a heathen every time I get the chance.
So
He writes the name Lysander del Caltelios down.
Del Caltelios.
Del Caltelios.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Del.
Yep.
And
that doesn't sound Nardathelian to have a Del.
He's Portuguese.
Yeah.
So Xoltez is the one that's more Spanish.
Okay, fair enough.
So basically, again, for the road, Fionian is a mix of all the Romance languages. It's not just French. It's like heavily French influenced, but it's all like Iberian, Italian, Franco, medieval.
Romance.
It's romance medieval is what it's based on. It is classic knights in armor. Whilst majority is that Franco feel, there are like the guy outside. He was more of a Spanish vibe. I like to mix up every now and then.
I'm terribly sorry, and I'm proud of correction. She's gonna look towards Breton and kind of give him the. Should I ask him to write something with his left hand?
You're not obviously asking. So Breton is just having to read your mind and what you're going for here, and even knowing that, he gives you a look that's like that's a really awkward question to ask anybody. Like, that's suspicious as fuck. The name Del Cartelios, that's not a noble house, is it?
It is, but it's they're not a ruling noble house. They are a cadet branch of the line that rules Xoltez.
So this guy's in a noble house, but he's not wearing any of the noble insignia of the house or heraldry of that house.
No.
Which might suggest that he may not have been born into that house. He was adopted into that house.
Or a bastard.
Or a bastard.
Maybe.
That was what I was getting to. Yes, this guy might be, in fact, a bastard of that regard. And
which Ruby's going to ask. I don't. How to say this? I don't recognize your heraldry. And do you have any relation to King Poitiers? Poitiers? I'm sorry, this is Beth not being able to pronounce French very well.
Poitiers.
How did you get to be where you are?
Well, I was quite surprised to get the call to be in the position I am. It's been a long time since anyone outside of a High King has been offered up as an heir apparent. The way that Gilliman spoke of it is a compromise in a time of great stress and instability. Reducing the burden directly on the normal pinpoints of pressure between advocating factions between the kingdoms was seen to be the correct move forward. I don't disagree, but I don't necessarily agree it should have been me. As for my coat of arms, I chose it myself. It's my own sigils, and as for the king of King Poitiers, second cousin.
Out of curiosity, is there any of the other kings that were less than pleased about your appointment as heir? Or, in other words, were they vexed?
Are you there?
Sorry,
we're all kind of around.
You're...
Okay, no,
Hello,
ignore it. If
Adventures.
I'm not there, I'm fine. It's fine.
No, you can all be there. I'm not going to gatekeep you from this conversation if you feel it valid. Like, no one ever directly said what they were doing, so... And it's not like it would be weird for you all to suddenly crowd around this guy. He's like the one guy in the room that you have all just been introduced as heroes of the realm that are now in the inner circle. No one's going to be like, please don't talk to me. That's a fucking giveaway, isn't it? Who's the bad guy? The one that refuses to talk to the heroes. No,
Wait.
it's like, it was... I heard the deliberations were long and arduous. First, they had to wait for a new election cycle or a named heir to be taken in Sholtes. It was meant to be Patur's older brother. However, he continues to be very ill, so their house decided to skip his line. And after their father's death, so suddenly it was... a lot of disarray. Then the other nobles took their time to choose, offering themselves, offering other choices. The surprising thing that got me opposed, although they didn't end up voting me in, was I was put forward by the Queen of Havre and agreed upon by the others as a valid compromise. Noble stock, but not a noble line. And,
Who are your parents? What's your lineage?
Again, I'm part of a cadet branch of the Royal House of Sholtes. So my grandfather was the brother of not the previous King of Sholtes, the King of Sholtes before. And then my mother, a small countess from Sholtes, and my father, again, of my cadet house. And I was picked apparently for what can I ascertain is my moderate tendencies.
Sure. Your family, are they all together still, or?
My parents have since passed on, if that's what you're
Okay.
feeling.
Married?
No, I'm not.
Them, I'm sorry.
Who, my parents? Yeah, yes.
And you are not? Hey, how you doing? Neither am I. Wait, nope, I am about to be. Sorry.
Wait.
Congratulations.
Burn them off.
So, tell me,
I'm inciting him, by the way, when he said that his parents were married.
Sure. Go ahead and make her an insight check.
Watch me roll a 4. Ah, no, 13.
He's a hard read.
Okay.
No, a lot of my allocation, I think, comes from merit. Again, why I spoke.
Yeah.
Whilst I won't speak highly of what I'm sad to say is a traitor such as your father, because he ruins the concept for me. I am a...
He is what he is. I kind of
Yes.
had to come to terms with that, too.
I do not ever wish to speak ill of the dead, but it...
Oh, by all means, curse him all you want. I do.
Well, I curse him for probably a different reason to you. I curse him because he ruined what I believe is the way forward for our kingdom, which is merit. People should be in a position due to their skill, not necessarily their birthright. After all, I spent many years in service of the High Courts. This is probably why I've been selected to be where I am. Compromise through merit. I'd like to see more of it in the kingdom. It's another reason I think I'd be willing to put your family back where it belongs.
I am in the same agreement with you. I personally detest my father and the things he did. I respect the path he took to where he got, but where he went from there is where I have truck with it, consorting with beings from beyond our plane to wreak immeasurable havoc upon our world. That is what vexes me the most.
Of that we have been beset. Sad to say, so... I
Seems to
hear
be
that...
the problem we're having all the time now.
I hear that you all have been dealing with that, and I'd be honored if you regaled me with the details over dinner, maybe tonight in my quarters. I'm
Should look to the
you're
others.
Busy right now, though.
I have no objection.
No objection.
Well, we'll catch up there then. And with that, I think we're going to end tonight. We are running over. I didn't realize how much we're running over. But so all I've got left to do is to say thank you to my accrued players. Thank you to Bethany Rose. Thank you to DM Lake and to Lord Lambert.
Did you just call us crude?
Accrued.
I mean, no, that's fair. No, I am actually quite crude.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, no, we're
You
we're
are
filthy.
crude. You're awful. Absolutely awful.
Ruby's about as crude as they
Yeah,
get.
it's the most accurate description of me.
And
Ruby's about as
we
crude
will
as
be
they
back
get.
next time. So thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you next time we're live. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.